Flight on a Monday. Thanks for coming in today. Hope you're doing good. JSG Droid getting the Stick With It award. Stuck with that flight into Palm Beach, had to divert, and then avoided throwing things and damaging the computer monitor when as the airplane's taxiing off the runway, there's a WASM crash. It's just talk about sticking with it after doing, I think, 3 holds, and it was just absolutely amazing. But welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in. We are in Düsseldorf right now. Looks like the lights over Düsseldorf are really, really good. Hey, Taylor. Yeah, we lost the WoW song. It's too bad. Something changed. I don't know. But I'll keep looking for a better one. JSG Droid is here in chat. And it's so nice to see you too. Hi, Martin. Welcome aboard. Bass Hat just arrived. Good to see you. T-Bird was here first today. I think just came in after a run or something like that. So, and 60 degrees. It's cold out there. We got a little bit of light drizzle and stuff like that. So perfect for flying. And it's just kind of sitting here looking at the lights of this terminal right now. Just think this is a really nicely, a well-lit terminal. Right. It really is quite nice here. So, hope you're doing good. Thank you for coming on in today. If there was ever a need for things like vectors to Copenhagen, yesterday sure proved it. There were an awful lot of folks that just didn't have an idea of, when they were being told to do a hold and stuff, how to get that done. And so, vectors to Copenhagen is absolutely one of the best places to go and figure out where to go and do your vectors to Copenhagen, how to do a hold, how to divert, which JSG Droid, had to divert. I think several other people had to do some diversions as well, too. So it really was quite the complex, crazy day. And I'm amazed that I actually made it in there, too. It was such a big VATSIM event. I didn't really get a hold. I did get turned in and out a little bit. We did a nice little S-turn to come into the runway. But other than that, that's pretty much the way it worked there. So let's see. Hayatoa did a flight today in the 737-800. Glad that the notes worked. And ATC Swede is checking in from Sweden. I hope it's really nice in Sweden tonight. Thank you for checking in from Sweden. JSG Droid and the people that don't understand fuel planning. Yeah, that's another thing. Hi, AI Creations. Retriever Neil, welcome aboard. So that is actually a really, really big deal. Planning for fuel. And so this is Vectors to Copenhagen. Hi, Keith. Good to see you. Thanks for checking in from Liverpool. So when you go to do your flight, you see I've got right here, there's my 30 minutes of extra ATC fuel just because we might have to hold. Just because. JSG Droid had 45 minutes. I think I put in about 45 minutes of holding fuel too, just because I had a feeling it was going to be crazy. AI Creations, checking in from Ireland. Thank you for coming in from Ireland today. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for coming by. That's right, JSG Droid. Yes, and in the middle of that, so what? 2 holds, a diversion, turn right, turn left 30 degrees. JSG Droid also was taking invisibility pills and ended up being invisible. So there you go. I got the jetway in place. We're all set and ready to go here. Let's see. VATSIM is coming online. EDDL ATIS information. Echo is current. 23 left. That's still good. Passing 2,000 feet. Monitor advisory 122.8. Could also be that we'll have some ATC popping online as this keeps on going. Hey, Laxon. Laxon's checking in from Norway today. Specifically Boda. Thanks, Laxon. Saltwater tank maintenance. Oh my gosh, Trav, are you doing saltwater tank maintenance today? Well, I'll try to avoid any salty comments there. Landy has arrived too. You really recommend the MK Studios better than the Just Sim one. Honestly, don't know which one I've got. I can't keep them but you like MK Studios for Düsseldorf? Yeah, Düsseldorf Towers online. Loviz says, and in busy events, ATC isn't going to treat your... No, they're not. Loviz makes a really good point. You might think, okay, I'm VATSIMing right now, but I'm running out of fuel. It's an emergency. ATC's going to help me out, right? Right? No, they'll say, you can divert or disconnect. Or fall out of the sky, I guess. Hi, Shotless. Welcome aboard. But yeah, that's the way it is. So that's the real surprise there. that's the way that works. I've got about half the airplane set up here, ready to go. One pilot said, I guess my passengers are doomed. And ATC said, sounds like it, RIP. Yeah. Yeah, or add fuel. So that's the other thing too. You can do, what they refer to as refueling. You can do aerial refueling. I mean, it is, I think, a little, personally, it's a mark of shame for me. I've only done it, I think, 3 times now since I started the live stream. Three aerial refuelings, and that's about it. Otherwise, it just, don't want to do that. All right, let's see. What do we got here? Is Tower going to take... they are doing data link today, so let's go ahead and get a clearance and get this thing going. Yeah, what the hell? Shotless. That's the hard part. A lot of people, on these really, really big VATSIM events. That's why I say, start short. Start with the smaller events. ATC request, pre-departure clearance. We are at gate Alpha 2. Alpha 2. Information. I just said it. Information echo is current. Information echo. Plus, it's not AT's fault. There's delays. That's right. It's not their fault. They're doing, and the thing is they're moving people really, really fast. They're doing a really good job. We had some excellent ATC yesterday on that event into Palm Beach. GUTEN space ABEND. And let's see if we can get a clearance this way. Send. Hi, Tim Dog. Welcome aboard. That's a good way to put it. Yeah, it's really not their fault. If you didn't, and again, the real world pilots, they're not going to do some of this stuff. 30 minutes of extra ATC fuel, unless there's some sort of, weather thing going on. They're going to follow the rules of fuel. And so, I just feel like, ooh, that's a little loud. Let's turn that down a bit. We go in and we add 30 minutes of what I call VATSIM fuel because, we're cramming way too many airplanes into an airport that wasn't designed to have 500 airplanes, converge on it immediately. 5,000 feet is going to be the initial climb clearance. We'll pop that in. And I've already got my fuel planning. Let's go get passengers. Time to go. And let's do Phoenix, fuel and balance, and load the airplane. I did find it a little bit low. Yeah, I've heard low vis is her disconnect or add fuel. Not my problem. And here comes our passengers. Wow, only 89 today going up to Copenhagen. 89. And look at that. It's automatically opening up the cargo doors. That's kind of cool while we're loading passengers. We're not using GSX for this, so that's pretty good. Hey, look at that. The phone's ringing. ATC message. Let's see what the ATC message said. It says, our request is being processed. Stand by. I'm not going to stand by. Close. We got a clearance. All right, we're going to depart off for runway 23 left via the Mevel 4 Tango departure. Our squawk is 6671. 6671 is our squawk. That looks good. Page 2. Next frequency is 118305. 118305. And we're going to say Wilco will comply and send our Wilco. Ollie, welcome aboard. I hope things have been quieter in your neighborhood and everything is good with you. Thank you for coming in, saying hello. Shotless, I almost had the audacity the first time to say, yes, it is your problem. It's your airspace. Oh, yeah. It's probably not the best way to go on that one. Yeah. But I thought it was a fun event. I guess they were also giving away a Mevel 4 Tango. Is that what I said? Yes, 4 Tango. Did I say the wrong thing, JSG Droid? Last night was one of those toss and turn nights for me, so my brain power's really low. I'm sorry. You know, that's kind of what it would have been. I think that's exactly what it would have been. And there's enough of that in the real world. We don't need that in our sim world. Okay, we are departing off of runway 23 left. It's the Melville 4 Tango. Yep, 4 Tango. Did I say 2 Tango? This is going to be one of those days with brain power at an all-time low. And our clearance has been confirmed. So click the blue button. And our clearance is groovy. These kinds of nights, you have them occasionally. Yeah, I think it's kind of, you get a little bit older there, CT Aviation. Yeah. Hi, Michael. Welcome aboard. It happens. Final load sheet's ready. Let's do EKCH and our arrival. And right now, Copenhagen is on 22 left. So 22 left. It's the Monarch 5 Charlie arrival. Do Novia and return and insert. We'll put in the hold when we get into the air. And back to init page B. And let's come on down here. 50.4. 50.4 is our new zero fuel weight center of gravity. Zero fuel weight, our center of gravity, is 27.2. That almost never changes. At least not on these smaller buses. Maybe they do on the bigger buses. Okay, let's pop that in the top. I need 4.8 tons of fuel according to the flight management computer. I have boarded 6.72. Yep, 6.72. 6.72. That's more than enough fuel to make it. And let's pop that in down there. That looks really good. This looks great. And life is good. So yeah, you can see I've got an extra 46 minutes in here. Probably not enough. I you know, probably would have been, was just barely enough last night going into Palm Beach. Let's go ahead and prepare for pushback and departure. So ground services. Doors are closed. Let's start up the APU. We do have EDDL tower, and that's 118.305. 118.305. And let's just hold it down. Let's see. I did download the new Hong Kong airport today and the new Hong Kong city scenery. It wasn't too terribly big. It took about less than 5 minutes for all of that to work.
564.
All right.
That
Our
was Charlie
squawk,
Delta, is that correct?
6671. Whoops, you got to hit clear. 6671. All right, looking good.
Charlie, stand Bravo 10.
What do we got? 1018 for the altimeter. 101.
Come on, Eurings 4339, I stand Bravo 02, information echo request our clearance to Salzburg.
Eurings 4339, Düsseldorf Tower, good evening, information echo current, cleared to Salzburg, Doden 1 Tango departure.
Okay, APU's coming up. Nope, I just opened up the flap. Here comes the flap.
Okay, cleared to Salzburg.
Not sure yet, Landy. Let's wait and see how everybody feels. Yesterday was a hard day. Yesterday was a hard day, and the day before, we had like 3 straight days of solid ATC and VATSIM. So it could be that today just be a good day to do vectors to Copenhagen and order a pizza and sit back and stare out the window. Actually, dogs, this is the one that doesn't have anything going wrong. Keith says we need a spy hat. Yeah. Let's do an Airbus hat. Okay, we're all ready to go there. I say let's get GSX to prepare for pushback and departure. Prepare for pushback and departure. Hope you're doing good, dogs. We're doing vectors, and it looks like it's going to be a good time. Okay, looks like that Eurowings has already pushed back.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
guess what? We're ready to be pushed back. APU is good. Let's go and get the APU bleed on. Disconnect external power.
Berlin 195-9er, when clear of Eurowings Airbus A319er behind, startup and pushback approved, face west 1 to Tango.
Door is closed, seat belts are on.
Check completed, bypass being inserted.
Parking brakes are on. Let's go ahead and remove the Jeep shocks and cones. We've got the APU and the APU bleed on, so we can turn off preconditioned air and turn off the GPU. And put this over on my flights.
Locking gear.
And let's do departure perf. Load, and calculate, and send it. So flaps 1, that's going to be a nice departure. Let's go over here to charts. It's almost time to go. Cats and dogs are living together in mass hysteria. Where? Not here. Maybe outside. Has the rain started? Yeah, it's a little bit drizzly out there. I don't think it's started yet. Far cry from the past 2 days where we've been up to like 60 degrees and stuff like that. We are going to be doing nose to the right, tail to the left. Nose right, tail left.
Release parking brakes.
Okay, EDDL, starred charts, and we're going to want airport parking.
Lufthansa 073, startup and pushback approved, face east onto Tango between Papa 3 and Papa 2.
All right, I think it's almost time to go. Let's see if that Eurowings has moved. It's moving, but we've got another Air Berlin departing. Great to see Air Berlin flying. Even in the sim world, right? I did check. The airframe that I fly for my little A319 is actually flying for Eurowings. So this airplane that I've got here that used to fly for Air Berlin is now flying as a Eurowings. Good evening, Agro. Welcome aboard. Not sure where we're flying next. Oh, don't worry, JSG Droid. I've got plenty of time. I'm still on the morning coffee today, so we're sort of like moving carefully. We're moving carefully. No problem at all. I am never in a rush. Never rush in here. Oh my gosh, you are moving forward. You must be using pushback helper or toolbar pushback. You must be doing that. I see an airplane on approach here. Got airplanes on approach. Let's go and give them a call. So, information. It's still information echo, and we're still at gate alpha 2. And are we good to go here? 118305, 118305. There is tower. Let's get on the radar scope. And squawking mode Charlie. Hi, Trav. I see a lot of stalling. Oh. Got the jokes going. Ready? Düsseldorf Tower, hi there from Air Berlin 441, little baby bus at Alpha 2. Information Echo is aboard, requesting startup and pushback.
Air Berlin 441, Düsseldorf Tower, very good evening. Are you able for pushback facing north and stay clear of the Air Berlin Airbus A321 on your right hand side?
We've got a view of the A321 on the right hand side. We should be able to push back and not collide.
Air Berlin 441, roger, startup and pushback approved, face north, stay clear of the Air Berlin on your right hand side.
Pushback approved, facing north. We will avoid doing bumper planes, Air Berlin 441. No bumper planes, right? And here we go. Hi, Diamond Mike. Thanks for coming in.
And Eurowings 4339.
Viper Strike, welcome in.
Ready for push.
All right, everything looks good here.
Eurowings 4339.
Yeah, let's go ahead and start an engine.
Pushback approved, face north.
Starter to normal.
Starter push approved. facing north,
Engine
Eurowings
start, number
4339.
1.
Delta Golf Charlie, Charlie Delta, request taxi.
West Eurowings 1 Charlie Kilo, wind 070 degrees, 1 knots, runway 23 left, clear for takeoff, enjoy flight, bye bye.
Runway 23 left, clear for takeoff. Vielen Dank, schönen Abend noch, Eurowings 1 Charlie Kilo.
Delta Golf Charlie Charlie Delta, taxi to only point, runway 23 left, via Golf Mike.
I think I just need to go. I'm going to try and recalibrate my throttles for my Phoenix airplanes because they're all now starting with reversers engaged.
Mike and Lima 1.
Dogs, is it a high density A319?
Parking brake.
Well, I'm feeling kind of dense today. You know, brain power's not so good.
Mike, Lima 1.
Lima 5, Mike, and Lima 1 for 105 minutes.
Starting up 2. Engine number 2 starts. JSG droid's on the way out, so I think I heard Lima 5, Mike. So it's going to be Tango, I guess, here.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin.
And it's going to be Mike all the way out to Lima 2.
Left is clear, right is clear.
So let's go over and see if we have an intersection departure here. Yeah, I bet we're going to get Lima 2. Let's prepare for Lima 2. Calculate and send to the McDude. That is really cool that we can just pop that in there really fast and get those things done. All right, starter back to normal mode, and wait for the packs. Packs are good. APU bleed, APU. And look down here and let's do this. We're gonna do... That all looks good. And our trim's gonna be up 1.3. That looks really good there. Flaps are gonna be 1. Full laps are 1. Speed brakes armed. Auto brakes max. Let's call. Oh, you saw 2 overwing exits. Yes, that makes it an A319. Yeah, there's 2 exits there, so that's an A319 higher density. Air Berlin was, you know, like I think it was a low-cost carrier. Let's get a taxi clearance here. Düsseldorf Tower, hello again. Berlin 441 pushed and started from Alpha 2, requesting taxi.
The left for 14 miles, 210 knots.
Uh-oh.
Blocked, I got both. Air Berlin 441, taxi to only point, runway 2 to left, via Lima 5, Mike, Lima 1.
Lima 5, Lima 1 for runway 23 left, Berlin 441. I think I stomped on somebody. Let's go. That's so. You're absolutely right. It's a higher density.
For Berlin A319 from right.
Okay, and so we also found out that we are going to do Lima 1. So we're doing Lima 1.
Lufthansa 073, taxi to holding point, runway 2
Hey Landy, welcome aboard.
Mike, Lima 1.
Polyot has arrived. Hey Polyot. Wow, was the VATSIM event yesterday? The VATSIM event yesterday into Palm Beach? Holy moly. JSG Droid got the Stick With It award. It was really, really crazy. Okay, make sure that nobody's over there. Yeah. Oh, and JSG Droid got forgotten by ATC again too. Got forgotten again.
4339 at Mike, Cafe to Lufthansa Airbus A321, passing left to right.
Giving way to the Lufthansa A321 from left to right at Mike, Eurowings 4339. Düsseldorf Tower, gute die Eurowings 76 Kilo, request for Alpha, clearing 3 Innsbruck.
Eurowings 76 Kilo Düsseldorf Tower, good evening, information echo current.
Okay, make sure
Innsbruck,
nobody's
Stone Rock
coming.
Tango departure,
They're far
climb
enough
foot,
away. I think they're supposed to hold
5,000
for
feet,
us.
Squawk Tower.
They're holding for us.
Clear to Innsbruck via Doden 1 Tango, departure, initial climb 5,000 feet, Squawk 1000, check info, echo, and we are ready for pushback in Stark.
Eurowings 76 Kilo Roger, startup and pushback approved, face north of
Cabin
Papa
call.
4, south of Romeo.
Push and start approved, facing north on Papa 4, south of Romeo and Lufthansa. Correction, Eurowings 76 Kilo.
Sun Express 6 Papa Juliet, information echo, request AC clearance Ankara standby port.
First Eurowings 90255, wind 070 degrees, 1 knots, runway 2 to left, 0 to land.
And we got a Buenos Noches from Loviz.
Sun Express 6 Papa
I think
Juliet,
Loviz has
information
made
echo
it
current,
into Spain
Lima
on
Tango Alpha
the
Charlie,
Loviz
Tango
real
departure,
world
flight left
travels.
foot, left
I
towards
think it was
5,000
supposed to
feet,
be
squawk 6414.
Loviz did a
Clear
train
destination
into Spain. Didn't mean to do any rhyming there, but there you go. Welcome.
Squawking 6414.
So there was a really cool train ride into Spain.
Sun Express 6 Papa Juliet, Roger, when clear of Eurowings, Airbus A319 behind, startup and pushback approved, face west.
Behind Airbus A319, pushback
Got it.
approved,
One airplane on arrival and one airplane ahead of us for takeoff.
And you 131, Düsseldorf Tower, good evening, reduce to final approach speed. Evelyn 1959, advise able for immediate departure.
Fully ready for departure, Airborne 1959.
Roger.
Hi ZLP, welcome aboard. Wednesday we head from Barcelona to Madrid. So Wednesday is when you hit, is that another train ride or is that an airplane trip up to Madrid?
1959, behind next landing, Eurowings, Airbus A319.
Oh my gosh, dogs, you're moving to Colorado in 3 weeks.
Behind the riding airplane, line up and wait, 2, 3 left, and we'll be ready for immediate departure.
Okay, so you're driving in 3 weeks. Well, that's, you know, I know that that's going to be a little bit hard. I sure hope that it turns out to be a good move for you and a good trip. Let's see. Poliot would like some nachos right now, and Loviz says it's going to be another train trip. You realize that I will feel compelled to be railroaded into a train joke right now, right? I'm going to kind of shut myself over into that one. Hey, Briggsy, welcome aboard. I did. I actually got the airport and I loaded it. We're going to be flying out of the new Hong Kong airport on Sunday. We could also maybe fly out of it today. I don't know if there's any place we want to go. Hi, Fadeso. Welcome. No, you and your grandma are flying. Mom and granddad are driving. Okay. So you're flying. Well, fortunately, dogs, you are a flight sim, flight simmer, so you know all about that flying thing. And you also know where to find the airport. And I think we are fully ready for departure. How about that?
Evelyn 1959, wind 070 degrees, 1 knots, runway 2 to left, clear for immediate takeoff for
I don't know. I've been accused of being pretty sinful there, ATC Swede. We may not want to go to sin.
For taxi, Sun Express 6 Papa Juliet.
Sun Express 6 Papa Juliet, I call you. TU 131, the traffic information departing Evelyn, Airbus A321, runway 2 to left, expected clearance. Going stand 255, taxi stand Alpha 02 via Mike Papa 1.
Papa 02, Mike Papa 1, your wind 255.
And got one coming in, another one behind. Fadezo, you like the 737 guide that I did? Loviz wants to know if Dogs is going to fly US Air, a cactus flight. Got an MD.
441, line up runway 22 left.
22 left, line up and wait. Berlin 441. Hong Kong to Kull. So we could figure out a Hong Kong flight. And we could go to Sin or Kull or whatever. I'm not sure. That is a part of the world that I know about. Hong Kong, I don't know about much else.
LDU 131, vacate, if able, vacate via Lima 7. Going 76 kilo at Romeo Gefreight to Sun Express, Boeing 737 joining Papa 4, thereafter taxi only point runway 23 left via Papa 4, Mike Lima 1.
Gefreight to Sun Express to the right, and thereafter Papa 4, Mike Lima 1 to point runway 23 left.
Traffic from
76 kilo.
left to right to Sun Express. Boeing 7 kilo.
Going 7 kilo, this was not for you, stand by, I'll call you.
2.8. I think it's almost time to go.
Kann die das Repeat von mir durch, oder?
You're 76 kilo A-firm, was correct.
Okay.
Berlin 441, wind 070 degrees, 1 knots, 22 to left, cleared for takeoff, bye-bye.
23 left, clear of takeoff. Berlin 441, thanks for the ATC. Have a good week. 50%.
131, contact count.
El Clocko. And manual flex. SRS runway is set. Auto thrust is groovy blue. Here we go.
Power, good evening, you're in 78 Papa, 2 left.
You're in 78 Papa, Düsseldorf Tower, good evening.
100 knots, check.
Charlie Delta, line up runway 22 left.
Line up runway 22 left,
V1 and rotate.
Ground, waiting for clearance, pushback or taxi, contact count 121.605.
Up and away time. And we got a tight turn to the right here almost immediately after takeoff. And there's no ATC, so we just do this all on our own. Looking for the flight directors to move. There they go. Start our turn. Nose down a little bit. Lever climb. Thrust climb. This is a multitasking departure. So we're going to kind of look around and see about an idea for a Hong Kong flight next.
Okay, schade.
Avgeek, welcome aboard. Beautiful night for flying. Our little baby bus is doing good.
Delta Golf, Charlie Delta, wind
and AP.
070 degrees, 1 knot.
122.8.
Bye-bye.
And away we go. Hi, Joseph. Welcome aboard. Really a nice night. ATC Swede, either Kuala Lumpur or Singapore. ATC Swede lived in Singapore before. Hi, Bacchus Gaming. It's been a while. Welcome back, Bacchus Gaming. Nice to see you. Rich, thanks for coming by today. And out we go. And let's just go ahead and no ATC. We're going to clear ourselves all the way up to the nosebleed section today. Flight level 390. Up and away time. And altimeters. Standard. Backup altimeter. Standard. And a nice departure. Now we get to sit back and enjoy coffee, in-flight coffee. And let's track the plane. And out we go there. Passengers enjoying the night lights out. Düsseldorf looks nice tonight. big, strong, high pressure for the past 2 days almost all over the European Union. I did notice it is finally starting to move out of the central EU over to, Poland. So probably there's a big low pressure system between Iceland and Greenland. I don't think that's probably going to go north, but there's also some low pressure in the Atlantic. So my guess is they're probably going to end up having a little bit of rain soon. Rich says, hey all, Bacchus Gaming is back. Nice to come back and see. You're on your way to EKCH from Trondheim. So you're on your way to Vectors to Copenhagen too. Or are you in the real world? Dwayne says that today is National Napping Day. Well, you know, we could also go to Bangkok. Let's look and see. We could look over here and we could go to the real world and do VHHH. And that's Hong Kong International Airport. And let's just see where there's some departures. Let's see. Oh my gosh, I don't think we want to go to Vancouver. That's a long way. Manchester, that's a while. San Francisco, there's a Narita flight. We want to avoid going north though. Kind of want to avoid going to the north. There's Sydney, Zurich, boy, that's going to be a long one. Incheon, that's a long one. Narita, somebody's going to Kennedy. There's a Singapore flight. AHK, it's an A330. This one's going to, this is a 3 hour and 55 minute flight. I don't know if we want to do 3 hours out of there. Maybe something a little bit shorter. Let's see. If you're looking for a Hong Kong, Giant flies a 747 to Hanoi, but we could take a 777. That one might be a nice flight. And landing lights should have gone off. Nose light off. Cabin call at 10,000 feet, which is a little late. And I'm going to turn wing lights on. And we are 358 miles south of Copenhagen. Passengers sitting back enjoying Swiss chocolate and probably something nice to drink tonight. The producers at Mentor Now, the YouTube channel, not the guy that usually does the videos. There was another guy doing this video, but it was an interesting little, it's about a 20-minute take on why it is that FedEx is going to continue to fly the MD-11, but, you know, UPS is retiring it early. And I thought that that was kind of an interesting little take on why they did that. There were a couple parts of it that says, wait a minute. Okay, if UPS has, you know, no 777, the 76 and then the 74, wouldn't they want like a 777 midway? But there were parts of it that maybe I just wasn't paying attention well enough to. I don't know, but it was interesting to see why it is, because one of the things is the economics about cargo is obviously different than the economics for passengers. And they, you know, a passenger airline cares about what passengers, right? The cargo airlines care about weight, but also capacity. So it isn't just about, you know, transporting 007's Aston Martin DB5 and other big things. It's also a lot of us little guys that are ordering packages from Amazon and stuff like that. And so they also need the capacity in there. And so the MD-11 for FedEx was a good mid-range thing between, I think it was the A300 and the 777. So they're going to keep that going till 2032. Oh yeah, I enjoy those. I think that's really good reporting. they get it right. You know, they care about getting it right. I had always thought when I first started watching them, I thought, you know, I think it'd be really, really great to help them by doing videos with Flight Simulator when they don't have video. And then about a year or so later, I saw some guy had started doing, you know, doing videos with Microsoft Flight Simulator of things that they were talking about. So it's sort of like, darn, I wasn't fast enough. But that would have been a really cool channel to be involved with. But I enjoy their reporting. It's good, level-headed aviation reporting. And 24,000 feet, seatbelts can go off. Lights are all good. Real pilots also are going to look down here, check the pressurization. The cabin's climbing, so passengers are not passing out, which is a very good thing. I haven't done the podcast yet. Haven't done anything with their podcast, but I do think you're absolutely right. I think it's properly researched. It's really, really good, as opposed to the industry that I was in, and you know, most of those people couldn't tell the difference between a Boeing and an Airbus. So there you go. Shotless said we should have done a posture check, but it was 22 minutes ago. You're probably right. Good evening, Mr. Posh Martin. Thank you for coming in today. Another way to check and see what is going on, where we might go, is we can come over here and let's go to one of my favorite little websites, SkyVector. And we're going to just clear this and put in VHHH and kind of have a look and see what's nearby. So what we'll do is we'll kind of zoom this map out a little bit and see if there's anything interesting. So usually we go, and one of the things we'll do is probably on Sunday we're going to do Hong Kong to Taipei, or maybe Type B or Type C. I'm not sure. But other places that we could go, that's Van Don. Here's that airport. This is the airport you said Hanoi was one. There's Gai Lun, Gai Yang. This one would be all the way out over water. That one's probably not much fun. Good knob and Ben, thank you for coming in today. A short week for Mr. Posh Martin. You have Thursday and Friday off. Ooh, are you going to do anything fun? Or just kind of recharge your batteries and stuff? So that's another way to kind of look and see. I didn't see anything that was too exciting. Let's see. JSG Droids, your ex-wife had a canary named Jose. Sadly, he passed, so she brought another canary and named it Hoseby. There you go. Your ex-wife was clever. Love to play with words. Mr. Posh Martin, you're having your deck replaced. So you're going to be there. Okay, you're having your deck replaced. I'm trying to come up with a deck joke, but I'm just really struggling today. Let's see. I don't see anything that exciting here. A nice little update from Martin. Losing weight. You've gone, oh my God, that's huge, Martin. That is huge. Plus, you've stopped smoking. Oh my gosh. I mean, 3 cheers for Martin on this one. That is absolutely out freaking standing. That, you know, those sorts of things take an awful lot of work. So 3 cheers for you. That is not easy to do that, especially if you're going to do that in the middle of in the middle of not smoking too and taking care of newborn twins. Holy moly. Hi, Captain Minnesota. Welcome aboard. Good to see you. Seriously, well done. Definite win for you. That's right. Dwayne says nothing exciting equals take time off and have some tasty food. So 3 cheers. That's really cool. Okay, how are we doing? Let's come over here and go to the Phoenix app, go to page 2, go to arrivals, and hit refresh. Landy, we're going to do that a week from Sunday. That's the only reason that I'm not just thinking, well, Taipei would be Taiwan would be the best place to go. Diamond Mike wants to lose a little bit too. Okay, so now we've got some, we've also got some inspiration going on. Kuala Lumpur to Singapore with Singapore Airlines. Well, we want to depart out of Hong Kong. Do you have some ICAO codes for those airports to tell me how far that would be? We can go plug that in and see what kind of a hop that's going to be. We helped a lot with smoking. Flight Sim has kept your mind occupied. Another one. Manila. Well, that's on the south side of the island, right? We could do that. So 22 right. Good evening, RPLL. All right, so this is out over here. Okay, so this is different. This is about 600 miles. So this is a different one. The ICAO for Kuala Lumpur is WMKK. Let's see what that is. WMKK. That's like 1,000 miles. I don't know that I could stay awake that long. So maybe RPLL, Manila. It's 617 miles. It's all over water, but we could look around the airport there. Okay, so back over to this one. Runway 22 right is still good. So that looks like it's great. Let's come to charts and let's go ahead and be ready for a hold going into Copenhagen. RNAV stars. So if everything goes according to plan, DC Gert, I hope I said hi when you came in. Welcome, welcome. So we would be coming in on the Monarch arrival, and Monarch we have to put in the ATC Swede. Do you have the 4-letter identifier for that so that I could plug this in? Hong Kong to Manila is 1 hour and 52 minutes. Okay, so we got to go ahead and plug this in. Old Pib is going to be our hold. Inbound 330 right turns. So flight plan, Old Pib, click Old Pib, make this a little bit bigger. And what we do is we're going to hit hold. 330 is our inbound course. It's going to be right turns and insert it. And that's all we got to do. And now we've got a hold set up at Old Pib. If we don't need it, we just bypass it. But the work is already done. So that was Singapore, right? That you're talking about? That I see cows. I'm guessing it's this one. WSSS. Let's see what WSSS looks like. Sounds like a country music radio station in the US. This is what, that's pretty long too. That's like 1,379 miles. That would be fun, but that's like 5 hours. 4 or 5 hours. All right, 39,000 feet, final climb. So, strobe, beacon, wing, nav, and logo. All the rest of the lights are off. Seatbelts are off. Pressurization. We've pressurized the cabin to 8,000 feet, and it's holding steady. And then let's look over here. 128 miles to top of descent. Over on flight plan, we are expecting our estimated fuel on board when we land to be 4.4. All right, that sounds a little low to me. Okay, 2.3 is final reserve and alternate. So 9.9 is half an hour of fuel. We got an hour of fuel. Hey, Flying Winnebago, welcome aboard. VVNB, this is Hanoi. VVNB. Okay, the flight over to Hanoi is 457 miles. That's actually relatively doable out of Hong Kong. So VHHH to VVNB. Now let's see what does that flight. Search by route. VHHH. VVNB. And search. All right, so let's see. We've got all sorts of airlines. Hong Kong Express, Hong Kong Air Cargo, Hong Kong Airlines, Cathay Pacific, Vietnam Airlines, Cathay Pacific, Hong Kong Express. Those are the people that do that particular flight. Thank you for offering to help people lose weight and get healthy. I think it's neat that you're doing that. So Cathay Pacific takes a 777 on this flight. Hong Kong Airlines takes an A320. Hong Kong Express takes an A320. We could also take an MD-11 and do Hong Kong cargo. I think, well, yeah, Hong Kong, there's a big cargo terminal out there. I have been beeped. EDYY. EDYY. I can't see what their name is. EDYY. There it is. That is going to be Maastricht radar. 136465. 136465. There we go, Maastricht radar. Hi, Senor Tomas. Welcome aboard.
Policy 8 Lima Hotel, Maastricht radar, good evening. Identified for separation, turn left heading 310, squawk 3744.
Heading 310, squawk 3744, Policy 8 Lima.
Maastricht radar, good Abend. Air Berlin 441 is level at flight level 390.
Air Berlin 441, Maastricht radar, good evening, identified and keep to your stream, proceed direct to GESCA.
We are direct to GESCA, and greetings back for Berlin 441. Direct to GESCA. Direct to GESCA, and insert, away we go.
Quality 8 Lima Hotel identified.
All right, we're good to go there. We have everything programmed in except for the weather, and we don't need to do that quite yet. We're 95 miles out, so this is usually when I go and start programming in the weather. So let's do that. Phoenix over here. That's departure ATIS. We need arrival ATIS. Okay, arrival ATIS is in. It's going to be the altimeters 1020. 1020 is QNH.
Mach 0.76
Temperature is 4 degrees. Wind is 130 at 6. Our transition tonight is 60. And I'm going to make it a config 3 landing because we're in the baby bus. And so turn on that looks good. And let's get minimums. Minimums for 22 left. Hard to read. It's too small. Category 1, 210. 210. 210 is on the barrel box. And we are 85 miles from top of descent. That looks good. Okay. We don't need the A380, the A345. We don't need that AGC or the 777 charts. Let's simplify that a little bit.
Airport 1, contact Copenhagen on 127, that's 865.
Cathay Pacific takes a Boeing 777-300. I don't think I've got that loaded in anymore. I think I only have the 200. We could do a cargo flight. And that is
119.
okay. I'm going to update the next flight. This one might be a fairly easygoing flight if you're new to VATSIM. This one might be a nice flight for you if you're new on VATSIM. Okay, the next command's updated, so you can check that out. Hi, Arrow. Welcome aboard. So we could do a FedEx 7011 if we wanted to.
280
We could look and see if there's an airport there.
Postman 728, Matrixator, good evening.
VVNB. Somebody just did something nice over on YouTube. Agent Durston, did I say your name right? Thank you for the subscription on YouTube. Okay, there's a Dominic design. And it looks like it's about a $20 airport. There's one at Any Builds for $13.
Quality 8 Lima Hotel, speed Mach 0.77.
Speed Mach 0.77, quality 8.
4 to late 24 Delta Yankee, decent rate 2,000 feet per
That
minute.
looks like a good $13 airport. I don't know that I would spend 20 bucks on it, but this looks pretty good. If you'd like a scenery for this, so it's over at Any Builds.
Papa must get a good evening at Infest, climb to flight level 270.
Climbing level 270, any chance for high?
Ja, beim nächsten Controller.
Ask the next controller. Do you hear that one?
Building 6489er, welcome back. Airplane 441, speed Mach 0.78.
Mach 0.78 now for Air Berlin 441. A little bit faster.
Airplane 1959,
A little.
speed Mach 0.78.
0.78
Maastricht 9, Eurings 25, Delta 108, climbing 240, inbound deck.
Building 25 Delta, Maastricht Radar, good evening identified, Moin Dominic, climb to flight level 270, direct ASUS.
270 direkt abgeholt sind die Stimme, kann ich doch. Moin.
ASUS, Alpha Tango Tango Uniform Sierra.
Abschluss.
Scandinavian 1668.
They would like people to unplug their grills at the apartment if they're not using it.
119.
I think that's an important safety tip. I could go for that.
Building 25 Yankee Papa for further climb, Copenhagen on 133.155.
Copenhagen 133.155, Eurowings 2 Yankee Papa, schönen Abend noch für Sie.
Airplane 1959er, descent to flight level 280, speed on conversion 280 knots.
Aha, boy, they're keeping the speed down. There must be a bunch of people coming into Copenhagen now. Got to figure out where the cargo areas are. And I know that they've got a big cargo operation at Hong Kong because that is one of the airports that Lufthansa cargo video that I yammer on and on about went to. So they do have a cargo. 270 knots on conversion, descending now flight level 280 for Air Berlin 441. Hey, Mighty Morph, welcome, welcome. Thanks for coming in. Look at that, I count. Well, that's a star over there. No, that's probably the moon. Is that the moon or an airplane? That's just a bright star. Somebody just passed us on the right. Oh no, it's the planet killer. That's no moon, it's a space station.
Quality 8 Lima Hotel, descent to flight level 280, speed on conversion 250 knots.
Descent flight level 280, speed on conversion 250. Quality 8.
unser 872 level 380 on LSOP.
Lufthansa 872, Masquerada, good evening, I think. Right.
Hungarian 3 Yankee Motor proceeding, guidance flight level 370 CPDS.
It's being a little bit of a brat about installing it.
Maastricht, hello, Monarch 177, this is you, flight level 370.
Monarch 177, Masquerada, good evening, I think. Hearing 6489, frequency change in 55 miles.
Maastricht, good evening, Hungarian 8 Whiskey November level
It's
350.
really putting up a fight today for this.
Hungarian 8, Whiskey
There it
November,
goes.
Masquerada,
Oh,
good
it's going to be in the
direct
2020. We'll have to move it. Okay, great. Okay, how we doing on our descent? Everything looks good.
Hearing 25 Delta, Copenhagen 1, CT, decimal 155.
155, hearing
It said 280 on conversion, right?
Yeah.
Let's just put that in there right now because, you know, brain power might be a little bit slow. That may be JSG Droid up ahead of us right there. It must be. They're leaving a trail. They're leaving breadcrumbs. Mighty Morph Son at 25 Stream Street. Thanks for being here for 25 straight streams there, Mighty Morph.
119er decimal 225.
119er 225 might be next. 119 225.
Flight number 283, climbing 340 inbound Newport.
There we go.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance
Somebody's
grant
gifting a
agent.
sub today. An
Loyalty
anonymous
noted.
gifter gifted a sub to Caps. Hey, thank you for gifting a sub, anonymous gifter. That was nice of you. Thank you for being nice to Caps. Thank you for a little bit of extra support here at Spy Flight.
2 minutes of completed hospital, only 5 minutes, 5 minutes.
Well, we're taking 5 minutes.
And let's do a sip of coffee. Ooh, I missed a company message. It might be important. Berlin Ops. No ADC required. We had an on-time departure. It's kind of a miracle. That's a bit of a miracle. And there's Olpib and Monarch, so we're already close to the arrival there.
Good evening, identified, proceed direct to flow. Air Berlin 441, contact Copenhagen on 119er, decimal 555. Happy landing in Copenhagen. Have fun with your stream. See you soon. Bye-bye.
119er decimal 255 now for Air Berlin 441. Thanks. Hope you have a good week. 119er 255.
Quality 8 Lima Hotel, right turn direct Geska.
Right turn direct Geska. Quality 8 Lima.
I think it was 119er 555. Yeah, I think it's 119er 555, not
Subscriber
255.
confirmed. Top clearance granted, agent. Loyalty noted.
119er 555. Okay, clearly tuning a radio is going to be a problem for me today. Anonymous just gifted another sub to Ollie this time. Thanks, Anonymous, for doing 2 in a row. Super nice. Arrow, yeah, this was a nice gift from Loviz. Hang on a sec. Copenhagen, good Abend. Air Berlin 441's direct Geska, and we are descending to flight level 280, maintaining 280 knots.
Berlin 441, good evening, Copenhagen Control, radar contact clear, Monarch 5 Charlie, expect landing runway 22 left.
Cleared for the Monarch 5 Charlie. We're expecting landing on runway 22 left for Air Berlin 441.
And Air Berlin 441, at all people join the hold as published, descent flight level 160 for now.
Descending now, flight level 160, and at OLPIB we will enter the hold as published, Berlin 441.
Copenhagen, Berlin 1959, good evening, Copenhagen Control,
Subscriber
radar
confirmed.
contact
Top clearance
Monarch 5
granted,
Charlie,
agent.
arrival landing.
Loyalty noted.
At all people join the hold as published.
Hey, how did I end up talking before JSG Droid, considering my brain power is so...
And Air Berlin 1959, descent flight
Anonymous
level
Gifter is gifting some subs today. Hey, thank you. Ollie got one. Get to Bed got one. Thanks, Anonymous Gifter.
You can continue descent flight level 120.
Continue our descent to flight level 120, Berlin 441.
Quality 8 Lima Hotel, good evening, Copenhagen Control, radar contact. Expect landing 22 left on the Monarch 5 Charlie, arrival.
Expect landing to the left, Monarch 5 Charlie, arrival, quality 8 Lima Hotel.
Quality 8 Lima Hotel, at all people join the hold as published, descent flight level 140.
So descent flight level 140, and it's all 6 published, quality 89.
Continuing 1668, contact approach 118, decimal 455. So long.
Oh, okay.
118455, continuing 1668, bye-bye.
So I got, yeah, maybe they gave somebody out the wrong frequency, or we just didn't understand it. Or we just didn't understand it. I don't know. All right, all set for our next flight. We got a FedEx MD-11 thing. There's our hold in there. 280 knots, 25,000 feet. I don't usually do seat belts while we're in the hold. So, Irvi, it did sound like they were saying 255. Okay. I don't know. Maybe it's wax cleaning time here. Yeah, doesn't look bad. No. I'm going to call it lack of sleep and poor artificial inspiration in the morning coffee today. That's a good enough excuse, and I'm going to stick with that one. Let's see.
Berlin 1959, reduce best holding speed.
Reduce now to minimum holding speed for Berlin Rider.
Okay, to find that on an Airbus, you go to Performance.
Berlin 441, reduce speed 250 knots.
250 knots now for Berlin 441. So 250 for us, but to find your minimum holding speed or clean speed, that's on the approach page, and it's the number right in the middle, and it's called clean speed. I have a really hard time with this because, you know, trying to keep my jokes clean is really hard, so there you go. Let's see. Karen is on chat. You did 3 landings and you uploaded some YouTube videos. Congratulations. Good evening, Captain Chris. Good Abend. Welcome aboard. We are on our way to Copenhagen. And our next flight is the new Hong Kong airport to Hanoi. And we're going to try and do a big MD-11 cargo flight. What could possibly go wrong there? Let's bring in the map a click here. So you can see I got one airplane about 10 miles ahead of me at the moment. That's probably JSG Droid up there. Hey, Russ. Hong Kong to Hanoi Any Builds has got a Hanoi scenery. If you'd like, it's for Flight Sim 2020, so I dragged it into the community folder for 2024. Could be asking for trouble there, but see, I've got a couple of going to be taking a couple of days off, Tuesday and Wednesday, tomorrow and the next day. I'll vacuuming, clean the bathroom, but I'm also going to try and take the new Out and About camera up and check out a really cool train locomotive here in town and see if I can do some sort of interesting video with that. And that camera is slowly losing pixels and stuff, so the replacement for that has arrived, so I'll go and install that. So I've got all sorts of stuff to keep busy. Thanks for joining us, Russ. Shouldn't be too big of an VATSIM day. I don't think it'll be too tough. Buckeye says to hydrate. I think we should hydrate. Yes, I did get the new Any Builds Hong Kong installed today, early this morning. I haven't even...
441, reduce minimum holding speed.
Minimum holding speed now for Air Berlin 441. Okay, so again, come down here.
Best holding speed for you, sir. That is also okay.
Best holding speed for Air Berlin 441. 195. So 195. And that number will change a little bit as we are descending. That number will change. Hi, Norse Viking. Norse Viking says we should stretch too. Oh, goodness. Uh-oh, Martin, you've been feeling under the weather. You've got shivers and a fever. You know, I get those feelings too every now and then, Martin. So the minute I get one of those things, the first thing I will do, and okay, not a doctor, this is just what works for silly old Dave, okay? Tylenol, and I will go and get one of the Guinness glasses, which is a pint, and I'll fill it up with slightly cool water, not really cold, not really hot. Chug two pints of water and start flushing my system. The minute I feel like I'm about ready to go under the weather, that's usually the first thing I'll do. And then for dinner, chicken soup.
441, rate of descent 1,500 feet per minute.
1,500 feet per minute now for Berlin 441. There we go, 1,000. Oh, I didn't turn the groovy little autopilot on. Norse Viking, thank you for coming in today. Roddy is here too. Hi, Roddy. Thanks for coming. Dusty, you'll get two big glasses of juice. Irby says green tea is also good.
441, descent flight level 100.
Continue the descent, flight level 100, Air Berlin 441.
Quality 8 Lima Hotel, descent flight level 110.
AvGeek, so you know on an Airbus side stick, you know there's the little trigger there. On an Airbus, it's not for your, your space lasers. That's your radio, and that's what I use for my push-to-talk, is the little trigger on the Airbus side stick. It gets a little bit too dark to see my side stick there.
Berlin 1959, cancel the hold, turn right heading 0.
So if you look over here, you can see there's the push to talk on an Airbus. It's that little thing right there. That's what I use. Roddy doing good. Thank you for coming in, and happy Monday. Happy Monday. What am I saying? Martin is rating your wife's tea collection. I don't know. Call me a big chicken, but I would have never rated my girlfriend's anything. I would have never rated my girlfriend's anything. Make chicken sounds, but there you go. No, it's actually on the real plane. That's the push to talk. Hey, come on, airplane. We told you to slow down. Got the speed brakes all the way out to get to 195.
Berlin 441, expect the one full round in the hold. For now, we'll still get you in the hold though.
Thank you so much. One full round in the hold for Berlin 441. So one loop-de-loop. I'm already feeling a little bit loopy as it is. I couldn't make the hold altitude in time. Best hold speed. And yeah, well, JSG Droid, I got my speed brakes fully out right now to try and get to 195 for my clean speed. And over to constraints.
Copenhagen Control, hello, Monarch 177, is it flight level 280 inbound Kefka?
Oh, you couldn't do full speed brakes out because of the orange line.
Clear Monarch 5 Charlie, expect landing runway 22 left.
Here's the Monarch 5 Charlie and expect runway.
You have standing permission to raid her TCAL. Oh, okay. Hey, if you got permission, that's another thing. Good nobbing, him, young. Welcome. I hope your Monday's going okay. No, if you got permission, that's completely different. Completely different.
Now direct to Nexo and we'll rejoin the star. Do you have
oh my gosh, I've got the wrong hold in. I've got the wrong hold in.
195 for now, maintain 257 up.
I have the wrong hold in. I put my hold in at Nexo, not at OLPIB. Holy crap, that's wrong. I am a menace in the skies. A menace in the skies here. This is terrible. Okay, so we're going to have to do it.
441, no problem at all. Turn right heading 170 degrees.
Right turn 170 degrees for Berlin 441. I was just going to do the hold manually.
Berlin 195.
I was just going to do it manually. I've actually done holds manually more times than I can count, especially in some of the older, clunkier airplanes. I've done those for sure. Okay, let's see. Delete the Nexo hold and delete that and insert. Okay, get rid of that. And let's bring this in a click. Inbound is going to be back to 330 at OLPIB.
Quality 8 Lima Hotel, maintain present heading, exit the hold.
Maintain present heading, exit the hold. Quality 8 Lima Hotel.
Okay, now we've got it in. Throx is back in chat. That really wasn't very good either. T-Bird, welcome, welcome. Oh, you've been here. Yeah, you were here first, T-Bird.
FM show reduce best holding speed. Berlin 441, turn right heading 290 degrees, exit the hold.
Right turn to 290 degrees, and we will exit the hold, Berlin 441. 29.
Quality 8 Lima Hotel, descent flight level 90.
Descent flight level 90.
There we go.
Gentlemen 2160.
Can't believe I put the wrong hold into the wrong place. This is why I'm not a real world pilot.
177, descent flight
among other reasons.
2,000 feet or greater per minute.
Flight level 110, 2,000 feet or greater.
Still 195 for the speed.
Quality 8 Lima
And at
Hotel,
Nexo we go back to 250 knots.
455. So long.
418, 455. Copenhagen Control, good evening. Scandinavian 1678, flight level 280, inbound Monarch.
Scandinavian 1678, good evening.
Stinging nettle tea is best for most sicknesses, but it's hard to come by and it's expensive in the UK. Did I say that right, Irby? It's called stinging nettle tea?
Scandinavian 1678.
I have
1678,
never heard of that
Join the
before.
hold as published. Descent for now, flight level 160.
Descent to flight level 160 and join the hold at Alpha for Scandinavian 1678.
Berlin 441, resume all navigation, direct Nexo, rejoin the star.
Own navigation back to Nexo to rejoin the star. Would you like us to stay at minimum holding speed?
You're welcome to do 250 knots for now, sir.
250 knots and direct Nexo and rejoin the star for Air Berlin 441. Thank you. Yay. 250 on the speed.
Berlin 441, descent flight level 980.
Descend now, flight level 90, Air Berlin 441. And direct Nexo, and there we go. That wasn't so bad.
Scandinavian 216, exit the hold. Turn
The
right
venom,
heading
when boiled from the
270.
leaves, is really good for you. The venom. Nettles is so good. It's basic. It's impossible to come by in the U.S. You can't get nettles. Okay, 250 knots. That looks good. Performance page. Let's just go ahead and get in approach mode. Looking good. Hi, Rich. I think that, yeah, they heard me confess on the live stream that, oh my gosh, I don't know how to put on a hold. I put the hold in the wrong waypoint. We're about ready to just blow through. Seriously, the coffee is in bad shape this morning. You sent a link in Discord. Thanks, Martin. I will look for that.
Fiat Monarch 5 Charlie, landing 22 left. For now, descent flight level 200.
Okay, 9,000 feet, 250 knots. We're right where we're supposed to be. Generally, in a hold curly air, my understanding is you want your clean speed, which is the lowest speed that you can fly based on your weight, that you don't have to start throwing out the flaps. So in an Airbus, it's called green dot speed, and you find your clean speed right down here. They're right in the middle. So clean speed is 195 right now, based on the weight of the airplane and everything else. That's I think your most efficient as far as fuel. So we're using the smallest amount of fuel to keep us in the air while we're flying around in circles. I could be wrong. Again, the caffeine is in bad shape today. There's no artificial inspiration in this coffee whatsoever.
Scandinavian 216, descent flight level 980.
Flight level 980,
Now another part of that though is, I think you're right, there are some holds that might have a speed in them, maybe?
Hotel, were you calling?
200 knots under 6,000 mean sea level, 230, and that's the rule in the U.S. So in the U.S. we actually have speeds as opposed to just clean speed. Okay, that is good to know. So 200 knots under 6,000 mean sea level, 230, 6 to 4. And 250 above 14,000 feet. Have not heard that, but that's good to know. Thanks, Curly Air.
Scandinavian 216, right turn direct Nexo, rejoin the star.
Landy says those are max speeds. They're not mandated. Hold as you wish.
441, contact approach 118.455. So long.
118.455 now for Air Berlin 441. Thanks for helping us with the holds. See you next week.
You're welcome, sir. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
118.455. There we go. So you can do what you want. Those are just the max speeds, or unless they tell you to do something.
Lot for Whiskey Mike, speed 220.
220, lot for Whiskey Mike.
Berlin 1959, direct Adobe.
Direct Adobe for Berlin 1959.
Copenhagen, good Abend from Air Berlin 441.
Very good evening, Air Berlin 441. Hello to you. Descent altitude 5,000 feet. QNH 1020. Expect vectors high left, 2 to left.
Descending now 5,000 feet for Air Berlin 441. Expecting vectors for the ILS 22 left.
Air Berlin 1959, confirm turning to Adobe.
Turning to Adobe.
EKCH arrival ATIS.
Contact final now 120205. Happy landing.
Information India 1020 on the
Berlin
altimeter.
441, speed 230 knots.
230 knots for Berlin 441. 230, 1020, and 1020 over here. Okay, we're good to go there.
Berlin 441, turn right heading 055.
Right turn now, 055 for Berlin 441. I think we're going to make a little space in here. All right, what other trouble can we get into? I think we've got everything installed. Airplanes being good.
Copenhagen approach, good evening.
Seatbelts, cabin call, landing lights.
Hello, Ryanair 6 Papa Mike. Expect vectors ILS 2 to left. Information India, QNH 1020.
QNH 1020, expect vectors Ryanair 6 Papa Mike, good evening.
Lot for Whiskey Mike, turn proceed direct Charlie Hotel 630, rejoin the arrival.
Charlie Hotel 630, lot for Whiskey Mike.
Approach very good evening, Copenhagen 216.
There's the big bridge.
Level -0 with India.
There's the big bridge.
Canadian 216,
Cars
hello,
and
expect radar
trains.
vectors ILS 2 to left. Descent flight level 80.
Descend level 80 from Copenhagen.
Probably don't let you do walk it. I don't know if there's a bike lane there or not for the summer. And part of it disappears because it goes into a tunnel under the water, so very big boat.
220.
220 knots for Air Berlin 441.
Okay, AP Motel, contact final, calls on only 120-205. Goodbye.
Martin and your wife will go full OG, and you're going to watch Jurassic Park.
Mike, left heading 255.
Really?
Left of 5, Ryanair 6 Papa Mike.
Air Berlin 441, descent altitude 4,000 feet, turn left heading 330.
Left turn now, 330, descend to 4,000 feet, Air Berlin 441.
Lot for Whiskey Mike, descend altitude 4,000 feet.
Descending 4,000 feet, lot for Whiskey Mike.
All map says only cars and trains. So no dinosaurs on the bridge.
Papa Mike, speed
If you're watching Jurassic Park, no dinosaurs and no bikes. So cars and trains. Kind of wonder if you got a really bad storm, how that would be.
Berlin 441, direct Charlie Hotel 636, rejoin the arrival.
Direct now, Charlie Hotel 636, and we'll rejoin the arrival for Berlin 441. Everybody that does those train trip videos that I like and carry on about all the time, it seems like whenever they're going to take the trip and go over the big bridge, they're always asleep, and we never see video of the big bridge when they're doing that. These are mostly sleepers. You know, you start in Vienna or something like that and end up in Oslo or So, you know, they'd be asleep in the middle of the night anyway, so you never see them taking pictures of the big bridge. I think we can do speed brakes, auto brakes. Good. We had one day last year where you could walk it. It was the first time in 10 years. Probably some sort of a special event, right, Alan?
Subscriber confirmed.
So it
Top
was a
clearance
special
granted,
event,
agent.
kind of a deal.
Loyalty
Hey,
noted.
Inverted Chaos, thanks for the resub. Inverted Chaos has been here for 28 months. Thanks, Inverted Chaos. We are keeping the chaos at a high level here today. JSG Droid is turning final. Did you, Alan? Did you get to do the walk that walk last year? Irvi got they got to be sneaky under the hold, so no holds for Irvi today. But I really think it's great to be able to be prepared for it. This is the place to learn how to do holds.
220 direction hotel 60 runner.
Berlin 441, contact final, call sign only 120205, happy landing, goodbye sir.
120205 with call sign for Berlin 441. Thanks. Have a good week.
Ken Navy 216, descent altitude 5,000 feet, QNH 1020, direct Charlie Hotel 636, rejoin the line.
120205. Always kind of fun when they sneak you in under some things, though.
160 knots until 4 for Berlin 1959.
Quality 8 Lima Hotel, turn left heading 250, clear.
Oh, they did a cycling race. The tickets were gone so fast. I would have loved to have done the cycling race. Copenhagen, good evening from Air Berlin 441.
Air Berlin 441, hello to you, descent 3,000 feet, speed 200.
3,000 feet now, our speed's 200 for Berlin 441.
Red nose 3519, speed 160 knots, maintain speed until 4.
Flaps 1.
EC23 Echo, turn right heading 080.
The bicycle race would have been a great time. I would have loved to have done that. That would have been cool. I'll bet the hill going out of the tunnel part up to the bridge was a little... That would have probably burned some legs on that.
Tower 118-105, marvelous job, Eurowings 25 Papa
118-105.
Fine, good day, Eurowings 25 Delta.
Eurowings 25 Delta, hello to you, descent 3,000, speed 200.
3,200, Eurowings 25 Delta.
118-105.
Whiskey Mike, turn left heading 010.
Left heading 010 for Whiskey Mike.
Air Berlin 1959, contact tower 118-105, good evening.
Tower 118-105, have a good evening. 1959.
I think it's just follow the leader in here.
Air Berlin 441, speed 180 knots after Adobe, maintain present heading.
180 knots now, and present heading after Adobe for Air Berlin 441. Flaps 2.
Red nose 3519, you're number 5, contact tower 118-105.
Number 5. They're stacked up all the way to number 5 here. That's cool.
EC23 Echo, turn right heading 190, cleared ILS 22 left.
Turn right heading 190, cleared ILS 22 left, EC23 Echo.
Good evening to this runner 25 Delta after Abegi, maintain present heading, reduce speed now to 180.
I'll give you present heading and speed 180, Eurowings 25 Delta.
Approach mode is already set, so we're good to go there. We just have to fly the airplane, I think. Just have to fly the airplane. What possible trouble could that be?
Ryanair 6 Papa Mike.
Yeah, we're just about to call you. Good evening.
Good evening to you. Descent 3,000, speed 200.
3,000 feet 200, Ryanair 6 Papa Mike.
Dot 4 Whiskey Mike, turn further left, heading 250, cleared ILS 22 left.
250, load and clears ILS to left, load 5 for Whiskey Mike.
Airplane 441, turn left heading 010.
Left turn 010, Air Berlin 441.
EC23 Echo, speed 160 knots, maintain speed until 4 miles final.
Speed 160 knots and maintain it until 4 miles final, EC23 Echo.
Osprey 132 Alpha.
We are feet dry for now.
Hello to you.
No reason to worry about alligators.
3,300, Osprey 132 Alpha.
No gator problems on this part of the flight.
Heading, reduce speed now to 180.
After auto, we maintain present heading, reduce speed 180, right, for like.
EC23 Echo, confirm heading 190.
190, EC23 Echo.
Thank you. Eurowings 25 Delta, turn right, heading 070.
Right, turn heading 070.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 airplanes that I see just looking out to the left.
118.05, good evening.
Tower 118.05, currently 18 hotel.
Copenhagen, Scandinavian.
Okay, that one's already made the turn, so we'll see if we get to make the turn, or they maybe try to sequence this one way over here.
Turn left heading 250, clear ILS 22 left.
Left turn 250, clear for the ILS 22 left for Air Berlin 441. Let's turn on the LS systems.
Ryanair 6 Papa Mike, turn left heading 020.
Vex Freeze has arrived with some pizza love today. Hey, Vex Freeze. I'm going to just go ahead and arm the approach.
Speed now to 180.
After Vega, continue present heading, reduce speed now 180, Osprey 132 Alpha.
Scandinavian 216 after Adobe, maintain present heading.
I've got glide slope and localizer 16 miles out. Let's do posture check and get ready to fly the airplane.
Delta, turn right heading 190, clear ILS 22 left.
Right heading 190, clear ILS 22 left, Eurowings 25 Delta.
Charlie X-ray, Lima Uniform Kilo, hello to you, descend 3000, speed 200.
Descend 3000, speed 200, left, hi.
A busy night in Copenhagen.
Contact tower, 118.105, good.
118.105, great job, bye-bye, EC23 Echo.
We've also got 2 grounds.
Papa Mike, turn left heading 350.
750,
Not for Whiskey Mike, speed.
Make sure it snags that localizer. It's got it. Good airplane. I've got the airport, I got the runway.
EC23 Echo.
Looks like we're number 3 for the runway, possibly number 4. Possibly number 4.
Osprey 132 Alpha, turn right heading 070.
Really is great to have the update that we see all the other airplanes instead of just planes. We can do that. I'll disregard. We're going to disregard.
Airplane 441, reduce speed now to 160 knots, maintain speed until 4 miles.
Speed now is 160 knots. We'll maintain until 4 miles for Berlin 441.
Ryanair 6 Papa Mike, turn left heading 250.
We are 11 miles.
Left 250, clear the ILS 22 left, and just confirm clear to descend to the altitude ILS.
Ryanair 6 Papa Mike, yeah, heading 250, clear ILS 22 left.
Might be a good idea. We're 10 miles out. I forgot to do range rings. That's my clue to turn on the, do the landing gear.
216, turn left heading 020.
Karen, 100 flights, 70 landing average so far in December. 100 hours. That's pretty good.
105 slot for Whiskey Mike, thank you, bye-bye.
Charlie X-ray Uniform Kilo.
Those are some good numbers there.
180, maintain present heading.
Morning, AvGeek Fozzie. And a happy morning to you. Thanks for coming by today on a Monday. And it's 160 until 4-mile finals. Gear out. Auto brake, speed brakes. ECAM checklist is green, right? Yep, sure is. We're all ready to go. Irvy's made it in. Sneaking in under the hold.
Speed 160 until 4, Eurings 2 Delta.
Get it Avian 216, turn left heading 35.
This is a really good event. I mean, listening to all the ATC from going out of Düsseldorf into here, you don't hear talking really, really fast.
Airplane 441, contact tower 118105, good evening.
118105 for Air Berlin 441, good evening.
Ryanair 6 Papa Mike, speed 160 knots, maintain.
Here we go. But yeah, this is such a calm, cool event, and they move so many airplanes in and out. This is why, you know, if you're just venturing out from being a beginner on VATSIM, I think this is one of the best events to be flying. Copenhagen Tower, good evening. Air Berlin 441, 6-mile finals.
Airplane 441, Casper Tower, good evening. Continue approach, your number 2, the wind is 140 degrees, 5 knots.
Number 2 for the runway, continue the approach for Berlin 441.
Raise nose 3519.
And it was 4 miles, not 5 miles for 160. VAP is 131. Try and keep your eye on the airplane ahead of you so that you can see them exiting the runway. 4.8 miles. It shows the difference between European and American ATC. They just, I mean, they're talking pretty quick on Frankfurt Friday and stuff. I mean, and there's some events in the UK that are like, but this is just so calm. It really is almost relaxing. And speed for landing. Flaps are 3. We're ready to go.
Welcome to Copenhagen. Taxi by Bravo. Cross runway 12 and hold short of Zulu.
LA to Sydney, the 777-200. No kidding. That's going to be a Saturday. Throx, this is probably my favorite payware right here. The Phoenix A319. The Boeings from PMDG are good. The TFDI MD-11, that's the plane we're flying next, is also really good too.
Airplane 441, runway 22 left, clear to land, expedite vacating.
22 left, clear to land. We'll get off the runway quick, Berlin 441. Okay, we're going for that first turnoff.
Hotel behind the Airbus A320 on short final. Cross runway 22 left and continue taxiing by the runway behind.
Behind the landing, Abilene.
Lot 4 Whiskey Mike, welcome to Copenhagen. Taxi via Bravo and Charlie. Hold short Delta.
Landing.
Hold short, taxi Bravo, Charlie, hold short Delta, load 4 Whiskey Mike.
Ryanair 6 Papa Mike, Casper Tower, good evening. Continue approach, your number 2. The wind is 140 degrees, 5 knots.
Continue approach number 2,
EC23 Echo, contact apron on 121, distance 630. Bye bye.
121, 630, EC23 Echo, bye bye.
Mike Kasser is in chat. Hi, Mike. It is nice to be in Denmark. Always like being in Denmark, especially on a Monday. Good to see you, Mike. Thanks for coming by. And Copenhagen looks like an incredibly cool city.
First Eurowings 25 Delta, runway 22 left, clear to land, expedite vacating.
To left, clear to land, and copy Eurowings 2 Delta.
Osprey 132 Alpha, Castle Tower.
And I usually will just continue on here till the runway. But yeah, always like coming here, Mike. This is a great place to
Airplane 441, welcome to Copenhagen. Taxi via Bravo, left on runway 30, hold short Delta.
Bravo, left on runway 30, and we will hold short at Delta for Berlin 441. It is, Roddy. Let's see, Martin gets to go to Denmark this summer. So left turn on 30.
Stand by. Quality 8
landing lights blinding everybody.
Golf 136 via Golf 1 and Golf.
Golf 136 by Golf 1 and Golf quality 18 on the third.
Okay, that airplane's taxiing across.
November 2 Hotel Delta, unfortunately negative. You've been cleared to runway 2 to right, so I'll need to take you to 2 to right.
Copy that. Can we get taxi clearance?
Okay, so we got off at Bravo 5, Delta.
Taxi via Golf 2 and runway 30, hold short 2 to left. QNH 1020. Break, Ryanair 6 Papa Mike, runway 2 to left, clear to land. Expedite vacating.
I think this is what we're supposed to hold short of here.
Yep. Airplane 441, contact tower on 119er, decimal 355.
119 or 355 for Berlin 441. Thank you.
Eurowings 25 Delta, welcome to Copenhagen. Taxi via Bravo and
Scandinavian 222, Castle Tower, good evening, Ridgeville 555. Scandinavian 1876, line up and wait, run it to right.
Line up and wait to the right, Scandinavian 1876. Scandinavian 1410, holding short runway 12.
Scandinavian 1410, Castle Tower, good evening, cross runway 12 and taxi to holding front Alpha 4 via Alpha.
Cross runway 12, taxi to holding point Alpha 4 via Alpha, Scandinavian 1412.
Catstrip, hello from Berlin 441 on runway 30, holding short of Delta.
Berlin 441, Castle Tower, good evening, taxi via runway 30, Kilo 3, hold short Zulu.
Taxi runway 30 to Kilo 3, we will hold short of Zulu for Berlin 441. Pauliot says it's that time of year when I buy loads of Easter eggs because you get way more chocolate for the price.
Lot 4, Whiskey Mike, Castle Tower, good evening, taxi via Charlie, hold short runway 12.
Kilo 3, hold short of Zulu. Got it. So now's the time to buy Easter eggs because you get more chocolate?
Holding short of 12.
Departure, contact departure, frequency 124, decimal 980, the winds 14, 30, set 5 knots, runway 2 to right, clear for takeoff, bye-bye.
Clear for takeoff to right after departure 124, 980 for Scandinavian 1876, bye-bye.
Lufthansa 7 Lima Hotel behind departing traffic, line up and wait on the 2.
Okay, that should be Fox Alpha Zulu and then Kilo 3.
Traffic, line up and reach runway 2 to right behind.
Is there a specific kind of Easter egg that you suggest for, you know, getting the best chocolate and, you know, the best deal? I don't buy regular chocolate between Christmas and Easter. The Easter eggs are the better value. Really? Okay. And it makes for a good existential conversation, right? I'm sorry, I'm very egg-centric today.
Berlin 441 via Kilo 3, contact apron frequency 121.630, good night.
121630 for Berlin 441, good night.
Correction, Eurowings 21 Alpha, give way to the lot Boeing 737 from left to right.
That was excellent.
1 2 and taxi to holding front Alpha 2, 1 2 to right via Alpha.
Give away to the lot and after that cross 12 and taxi to right Alpha to Eurowings 21 Alpha.
There's Zulu.
Lufthansa 7 Lima Hotel.
121630.
Charlie 37 information in deck QNH 1020, request push and start please.
Commander 83, apron hello, contact apron 121 9-05.
121 905, say 983, bye.
Cash to be holiday, finger and 6 over Mike. 6 over Mike, apron hello, stand
Foxtrot 4 via Bravo Romeo Whiskey.
Stand Foxtrot 4 via Tango Romeo Whiskey.
Romeo Whiskey.
Bravo Uniform Romeo Whiskey. Second extra damage for practice.
Bravo Romeo, correction.
Oh, they're having a hard time.
Bravo,
It's easier to
hold,
see in the
hold,
UK. All of our price tags on the shelf show the product price and then have to show a price per metric. Apron, good evening. Air Berlin 441 is on Kilo 3 holding short of Zulu.
Berlin 441 apron, Alpha, hello, Alpha 6 via Lima.
Alpha 6 via Lima for Berlin 441, thank you. Alpha 6 via Lima. So, Lima straight ahead. Alpha 6 is straight up here. I did not get parking gates. I gotta get some parking gates here. Airport charts.
Getting 25 Delta Alpha 11 via Yankee and Mike.
Alpha 11, Yankee Mike, getting 25 Delta.
Russ says it's raining in Hong Kong.
Ryanair 6 Papa Mike, turn right,
So that's the better value because you get a price per 100 grams, and you see that.
So wide Victor.
It won't. Ah, there it is, parking.
Easy 2-3
Alpha 6. Okay, middle one around the corner. JSG Droid is over on the E gates today by 22 left. They put. I thought I saw you up there. So you're over on the Echo gates. Echo gates.
Alpha 17 via Kilo and Jan Kilo 4 with Mike.
They must have figured that they had to split us up, that the Air Berlin were troublesome airplanes or something. Alpha 6, look at that, there's our gate.
Hello, push and start is correction. For pushback contact apron 118.
Well, it sure sounds like a good idea to be able to have those things labeled that way.
118 decimal 105 for pushback, Alex Delta. Bye-bye.
We're a baby bus, so I'm going to go with lucky spot number 7 here. Lucky spot 7. Perfect. There we go. And that looks good. We've already got the APU up and running. So bring your raincoat if you're going to go flying with us over to Hong Kong. There we go. Reset that. Looks good. Let's come over here. Fuel pumps. Fuel pumps are off. ADR's off. Cruise supply of oxygen off. Let's do beacon. At least I got the nose light off and seat belts. And if we come up here, you can see our jetway's already there. So we made it. Another really good, a really, really good one. Vectors to Copenhagen is so good. Landing right. What? Minus 369. How is that possible? Minus 369. No. There is butter all over the freaking runway here in Copenhagen. I'm sorry. There's no way that's a minus 369. That was a great landing. That was an absolutely outstanding. I turned in your license. Landy says if you're experiencing WASM crashes in the PMDGs when you choose a route in the FMC, you made a correlation between the crashes and using third-party liveries. I have never heard about the third-party liveries part, but that just is another reason why I kind of stick with just the ones that are provided by the developer unless it's something really special. But that makes sense to me. Volanta flaked out and didn't give JSG Droid a landing right. Probably because you had to set down and expedite vacating. Yeah, I think it was really good Danish butter. It was a great landing rate. Hi, Sky 173. Hope you're doing good. You were in Boston. How was your trip to Boston? Polyad, I only use third-party liveries and never had a WASM in a PMDG. I must have pleased the flight sim gods. You certainly must have done something, I gotta tell you. All right, that one was really nice. I love this event. It's a great level up event. It absolutely is. All right, let's see. VHHH, we are going to no, we're going to Hanoi. So about the best way to get weather information. I don't see ATC there right now. So let's just look at the real world VHHH and see what's going on there. Karen did some start on touchdown. All right, so it looks like at Hong Kong, the real world Hong Kong, they're departing over here. On 7 left is what it looks like. 07 left is what it looks like they're doing here for departures at the real Hong Kong. Wow, they're running you all the way over there? Okay. And at Hanoi, VVNB, let's see what's going on over there. So VVNB, real world, my guess is they're departing on 1-1 right, so departing 1-1 right, so landing maybe 1-1 left. 1-1 left. I don't know if they do it that way or not. We'll just go with that and see what happens. Let's see here. I need to turn off a few things. So we don't need SimApp Pro for the MD-11. And we'll turn off the autopilot and the McDo. Let's go to VHHH. So there we all are. I see planes down here. There's FedEx 209. I'm going to guess that maybe down here is cargo. So that's where we'll plan on finding cargo. All right, I've got everything loaded. Let's go and do Microsoft Flight Simulator. All right, and a flight plan. So I'm just going to FDX this one. Especially since I saw the Mentor Now video on the fact that FedEx is going to keep flying their MD-11s for a while. VHHH, we are going to VVNB. And we're going to do an MD-11. So it's an MD-1F. MD-1F. And it's going to be FedEx with a big old panda on the side. What is JSG Droid thinking? I'm going to take the A306 out again. Hey, at least all you had was a WASM failure and you didn't have an engine failure, right? I mean, that's what you had the last time was, you know, WASM, not an engine. So you can still technically fly. Hi, Beppy. Welcome aboard. All right. So departure, they're departing on 7 left. So I'm going to change that to 7 left and arriving 1-1 right. That looks pretty good. No ATC here, so let's just go ahead and board 15 minutes of VATSIM fuel. So we were chatting about this earlier. If you're new to the flight planner here, go to fuel planning. And it's called ATC fuel. I call it VATSIM fuel just because you're going to probably need a little bit more VATSIM fuel. Okay, generate flight. Cannot wear an Airbus hat in an MD. Just saying. All right, that looks good. You do need a flight plan. So let's save the flight plan here to the desktop. Current plan. Set. And I'm going to copy my flight data for you. If you would like to look at my flight plan, use it in your own flight. I'm going to pop this over here really fast. All right. Let's see if I do the new title right with the things Polyat told me I needed to put in the title. Let's go pre-file on VATSIM. So pre-file. We're going to go to flight level 380 on this flight. And there we go over there. That's pre-filed. We're done. All right. Now we can go and let's clean up some of the notes here. All right. So let's do that flight is gone for until next week. We don't need our taxi for Copenhagen. We don't need our squawk code. We don't need that frequency over there. And we don't need this climb and maintain. We don't need this. We'll get this off the flight plan in a second. We're going to do the Pecan 2 Zulu departure. Well, you all knew that things were nuts here on the spy flight, but you didn't know they were that nuts. And we're doing the Naka 3 Juliet arrival. The boot has been referred to psychotherapy for a broken toe. Really? It's a broken... Okay, I'm going to shut up. It's a broken toe. I'm going to start drama there. I just know I'm going to do... It's a broken toe. Okay, different strokes for different folks. So some people get upset about some things, some people don't. I need to learn to be nice and not judgmental. I still love the name The Boot, though. That's gonna stick at your house for a long time, isn't it? That's yeah. You should probably get some survivor benefit or something like this too. Some special benefit for The Boot. Oh, physio, not it's physio, not psycho. Okay, physiotherapy. It's not sorry. Okay. Somebody needs to read his chat better. Sorry, Boot. Boot's gonna say, all right, yeah, that was bad. Devonte is back in chat. Did you hold this time? Oh, I did a half a loop, but I did the wrong waypoint, so I didn't do really a hold, but we kind of did a circle. I put the hold in the wrong waypoint. Yeah, Polyot wants the psycho side of it. Yeah, not sticking your foot in it. I think the boot is going to stick around for so long. Well, I would yeah, maybe some therapy. I don't know. I'm not a doctor and glad I didn't turn out to be one. I would have been terrible at that. I would have been terrible at being a doctor. Physiotherapy, not psychotherapy. I'm serious. I mean, after a slip like that, I'm sure that the boot is going to talk to the boot's lawyer about the comment I just made. Oh, wait a minute. That's you. Time to get him the Stena Stairlift. So still in the... That's right. He's not allowed to go on stairs. If you don't know what we're talking about, somebody in the Polyot household has a broken toe, and we're referring to this person now as the boot because they're wearing a boot because of this broken toe. And apparently, it is broken. I mean, there was like x-rays and everything, and it's like broken. But conflict of interest. Okay, so you choose. Thank you. Yeah, there could have been a conflict of interest on that one. And you could. That's right. You could put the little stair lift thing in there. I mean, didn't they make a closet elevator? So if you had a closet here on the first floor and a closet on the second floor instead of a closet. It'd be a little elevator. Technically, it's not a broken toe. It is a broken foot. Okay. Irvi broke your foot a few months ago in 3 places and was walking normally, no complaints. Really? 3 places? Kevin broke your foot and told, I don't need a boot. Then 12 weeks later, the bone not healing, you were offered a boot then. Ouch. I don't know. At Polyot's house, though, if you end up with those, you've got a permanent nickname of the boot. Vex Freeze says the broken toe is more annoying than a broken heart. Both of them are painful. I think both of them are painful. MD11. Kevin is also in the UK. Any builds? Nope, that's the wrong one. We're getting lost now. Panda plane. He has to have a heart. Oh my God. Ouch. Wow. Okay, VHHH. Here we go. And that's why we don't use NHS. Hong Kong. All right, first views of the new Hong Kong airport. And all sorts of waypoints and stuff, so this should be really good. All right, it looks like cargo is over here. It looks like X and L gates. All right, let's see if this works. Diamond Mike says to hydrate. Here comes hydration. Tea time. Shouldn't it be? I think this is going to be a nice sunrise departure, too. Yeah, the skies are already getting light on the horizon. So this should be a great... Oh my gosh, look at this. Welcome to AnyBuild's VHHH Hong Kong. New feature, this profile can automatically select the ground handling and catering company based on your airline. Which method would you like to use? Automatic with SimBrief. Read your SimBrief airline ICCOWS code. Auto selects the correct company. There is no match. GSX will show the operator a list. Manual, you do it yourself. Your choice is remembered for the future visits to all RWGSX profiles with this feature. This is new. Okay. So I'll just go ahead and let it be auto. Why not? We're going to have a crazy taxi today. Diamond Mike, you've seen this one too? All right, looks good. Let's do ready to fly. Hi, Panda Plane. Let's get V-Pilot. JSG Droid, it's the first time I've loaded into it. T. Devon, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming by on YouTube. It just popped up, JSG Droid. I don't know what I did. It's a little loud over that. Hang on, let's just turn that down. Way too loud. I did get a GSX. I have GSX loaded, and when I got the scenery, it didn't pop up for you. I know you have GSX too. FTX, Flight 441, MD11, and Connect. Yeah, I kind of think that the nickname The Boot is going to stick around for a long time. I did get a GSX profile for it, JSG Droid. So when I downloaded the scenery, you could get the profile, and I got the profile. Maybe that's what fired it off? I don't know. Poliot wants to that's for Irby, sorry. Okay. Hey, there's an Atlas 777 over there. And I guess all of this is cargo. There's another FedEx over there. And our cute little bear. Or big bear, I guess. I think it's getting light, so this should be a nice departure here. Look at this. MD-11, destination, VVNB, 3 passengers, chocks are on. This is cool. Gate X452. Estimated 21 minutes to go. We got to get going here. Let's do, okay, we're in the MD-11, right? Hang on. All right. Services first. Cargo main. I usually will go and have GSX roll some stairs up to the airplane. Operate some stairs. Here comes our stairs. Landy said so. JSG Droid, maybe it's. I did install the profile before we got going, which is unusual for me because I always forget it, but I saw it this time for some silly reason. It has 3 files. Also, if you've ever used another VHHH to remove the old profile. Oh, I don't know if I remember to do that. And if you become a pilot for FedEx, guess what? Included with your job is a free Stairmaster. There will be refueling. I was not flying a starfighter. No, I will not be needing a poopy suit. Okay, 1 left passenger door and cargo main. If you wonder what that crack about a poopy suit was, that's a reference to Mystery Science Theater 3000 and one of our favorite shows called The Starfighters, a bold Air Force epic. And boy, is it dark in here. Battery's going on. And ground power.
Autopilot.
Betty is aboard. Hi, Betty. Let's get some backlighting on the upper panel so we don't click the wrong switch. And we need to do emergency exit lights. No smoking. Navigation lights, logo lights. Let's also backlight the main panel. And a little bit of good stuff there. And emergency power is armed. The pause got Thalo again. There's a GA on the Carolina Coast event tonight. Oh, a GA, a general aviation event? It sounds like a good flight. Nice, relaxing GA. I think this one is going to be a bit of a longer flight and might cook my goose for the day. I hope that's okay. But I'll post a link to the GA. Kuros wants to know if it will ever go on sale. No idea about that. No idea if that's going to happen. FMC1. Navigation data is current. Flight plan init. Come over here to page 1 on dispatch. Import the flight plan. Send flight plan to FMC. That's good. And it's in there. We're going to need the flight plan file. Our alternate is VVCI. We are FDX. We don't need CTAF here. Now let's go and do IRS and watch the cargo fire panel at the top. And then we'll do number 2 and number 3, and everything else is good up here. Nothing else to worry about there. And come down here and then initialize the IRS. Our cruise level is 380. Our cost index is, wow, 200. And that looks good. I would join in my Taurus, but you have not played the game in forever. As James Bond said, that sounds like a load of bull. Sorry, couldn't resist. Zero fuel weight, 387.9 on payload. No, because we haven't loaded the airplane. Ooh, I know what we should do. Let's see if we can do the fuel correctly. So what kind of fuel do we have in the plane right now? I'm at 19.8. So let's jot down our fuel is... Current fuel is 19.8. That way we'll put the correct fuel number in for once. All right, let's load the airplane, set payload and fuel. Charts in this one are relatively good. They're not as good as they could be. There we go. Now then, that looks good, and now payload should look better. It does. Zero fuel weight is 3888. Okay, it rounded it to 3888 and nothing. 3888.0 is our zero fuel weight. Block fuel is 54.3. That's correct. So 54.3. Now let's also get ready to do the math. 54.3 minus 19.8. We'll do that in a minute. We did find out that our center of gravity is 22.9. That's up here in the middle. So center of gravity, 22.9 should be here. It says 22.4, close enough. And then sets takeoff center of gravity automatically does that. All right, let's do numbers because we love those. Taxi fuel is 1.5. Route reserve, 1.5 is taxi. There we go. Route reserve is 4.389. Let's call it 4.4. 4.4 is reserve. You don't do alternate on this plane, and final is 6.6. And that goes in final. Now then, on the last page, there is a refueling quantity. So that's what I was yapping about as far as doing a little bit of math here. So I wrote it down. Our block fuel is 54.3. The fuel that was already aboard the airplane is 19.8. So 54.3 minus 19.8, we had to refuel 34.5. So we had to refuel 34.5. So 34.5 is the accurate number that we would put in refueling. Grab your poopy suit. Another reference, and that looks good. Okay. Irby says there have been some resets, but I'm probably behind on that conversation. Tom the Best is back in chat too. Welcome, welcome. There's Tom Servo from Mystery Science. Okay, flight plan. VHHH. Our SID is going to be runway 7 left is what they're doing in the real world. We're doing the Pecan 2 Zulu departure. Pecan 2 Zulu. No transition out, and so insert. Great. Coming in, this is where it gets a little dodgy if you don't have your charts all ready to go. So VVNB, our star, we're going to expect, and so say, yeah, we don't have an idea of what to put in there. So ILS 11 right, ILS 11 left, 11 right, we have a whiskey, an X-ray, and a Yankee. So this is where this can be annoying on charts. So we would then do VVNB, VVNB. You have to do these each individually. It's very annoying. So now we're going to look for the NACA 3 Juliet arrival. Oh God, look at this mess. NACA 3 Juliet. You know what? Today is not the day to use this. Today is the day to use Navigraph. Remember, VVNB is doing an early morning Saturday run with Low Viz and Captain Whip. And JSG Droid says this is a very fun approach. So Low Viz is doing this Saturday. So the airport we're going into is a Low Viz Captain Whip airport. I know, I picked the wrong day to stop using Navigraph. Not today. Not today on this one. All right, let's come over to VVNB and get our charts. So we want the NACA 3 Juliet. So 3 Juliet. See, you can search these here. NACA 3 Juliet. And we transition via NACA. So NACA is here. And it puts us out at November Bravo 362. That's why we needed to look at this. Now then, we look at the runway, which is 11 right, and see if there is November Bravo 362. I think the X-ray is probably best. Let's just look at the whiskey really fast. No, let's use the ILS X-ray is what we want. For November Bravo 362. All right, that's why we use this. JSG Droid says that happened a long time ago. In a galaxy far, far away. Did you have a good motivator for that one? ILS 11... And I already forgot which one it is because I was being so clever. It's the X-ray. ILS 11 right X-ray. Now we look for the Naha here. Oh my gosh, there's a gazillion of these. Hi, Abelars, welcome aboard. Naha. I mean, a long list like this could make you want to rage quit or something like that. No, finally, you think? Naha 3 Juliet. Oh God, we've even got more. Naha 3 Juliet. No, that's knock. Is it NHK? Naka, not Naha. Naka 3 Juliet. This is the correct one. And the transition is not. It's none of those transitions there, and we don't have a runway transition either. All right, well, fine. We'll do it that way. Let's go ahead and go to hydraulics. And let's get ready to run the hydraulic pressure test. Hydraulic pressure test is running. We are apparently loaded, so we can go and close the big door. Services and big door closing. All right, so the flight plan is good. Let's do takeoff and approach. No squawk code. Let's just go ahead and squawk 2000. That'll be good. We do need 122.8. 122.8 over here. That looks good. Let's go and close the passenger door. There goes the passenger door. And look over here and notice that we've got all of our hydraulic systems pressurizing. So the pressurization test is good. And we're done with those for a few minutes. There we go. Just turn those off. Roddy, yeah, this is a very big boy. All right, all this looks good. Let's see, is there a... Okay, those are the other airports, so... Holy moly, looks like 20 pages of stuff before you actually get to the airport. Airport. And cargo is in the middle, so it's by Terminal 1. Parking stands, Terminal 1, and that's going to be cargo. So there's cargo. All right. We didn't do anything for this airport, so Hong Kong charts. And this one's got a huge list of these too. Taxi. Now here at Hong Kong, they do have one big area, so parking stands, then this, and then the Pecan to Zulu departure. I'm fighting not wanting to do another pecan joke. Pecan to Zulu. That's it? Is there a maximum altitude or anything? Initial climb is 5,000 feet. So if ATC should pop on, we know that it's 5,000 feet. 5,000 feet. This airplane takes a while to set up, I've just noticed. Let's see. All of this looks good. How is our pressure test? Our pressure test is complete. Let's do Betty fire checks. They fixed it. We can go and look at the fire checks. All right, we can do all the fire checks there, and it's APU start time. APU starting. Let's come on over here, and we're done with that. Let's have GSX prepare us for pushback and departure. Prepare for pushback and departure. And it's supposedly going to automatically set up our stuff. There goes our stairs. And here comes our crew chief. Hi, crew chief. Thalo, when do you do Volanta? I did Volanta. I have neglected to update the overlay.
We are ready for pushback.
All right, there's the overlay, and that should do it. I guess we didn't hear the angry Volanta voice because there's too much activity going on with the boot today. Thank you, Thalo. All right, so all of this looks good.
Departure checks completed.
APU is good. Let's get the APU bleed on. APU bleed is on. Ground power is disconnected. Ignition A going on here. I know I should stop being smug, especially in my current state. In my current state, that could be a problem. And remove the chocks, and we're ready to go there. Performance for departure. We are expecting runway 7 left. 7 left. Weather information. The temperature is 17. Altimeter's 1022. So 1022 hectopascals. We'll just do that for the hecto of it. I'm going to be proud of myself for that one. Okay, so let's do final numbers. It's going to be flaps 10 and flex is 59 degrees. Flaps 10. $59. Oh my gosh. Red facing south on terminal, blue facing north on taxiway. I've got no idea. I think we want to be north. North on taxiway November. So it's going to be the blue version.
Release parking brake.
Okay. Thanks, Russ. Russ said it's north on November. Thank you, Russ. And don't forget to set your dial-a-flap. Dial-a-flap is going to be 10. Okay, that looks good. Last few numbers here. Runway slope. Slope is 0, and there is an 8-knot headwind. So 0.0 and plus 8 for a headwind. Our outside temperature is 17 degrees Celsius. And our speeds for takeoff are going to be 136, 150, 166. 136, 150, and 166. Notice how it was able to go through all those numbers without making a snide comment about the boot. All right, that looks good. The radio is on. Engines are back over there. Cabin signs, and away we go. Seatbelts. Looking good. Anybody behind us? I'm probably the last one out, right? Yeah, I'm the last one. Of course. Beacon on. Beacon is on. Parking brakes off.
Commencing push.
Out we go.
All engines clear. Start at will.
All right, we're done with these numbers, and we're really kind of done with this. Let's see. Runway heading. We ought to take a look at that. Runway heading. No, we don't need that. We need Navigraph for our runway heading. Seven left. Is 074 degrees. So one of the things about this airport is part of the island is sinking. This is an artificial island that we're all on, and it's sinking. I wonder if the reason that we're on this far runway is maybe the inner runway is sinking and they want everybody on the far runway, maybe? I don't know. Maybe Kate Winslet and Leonardo DiCaprio were spotted over at the sinking part. Transponder. I think we could start an engine. Starting engine number 3. Light goes on. Engine number 3 starts. JSG Droids wants to know if Haneda is sinking as well. All I've heard about is this one. This new one is a part of this island is sinking. 17 and fuel. Flocala is the new this is the new Builds airport. It is. There's only enough room on the sinking runway. That's right. There isn't enough room for Leonardo DiCaprio on the sinking runway. It's either Kate Winslet or you got to choose, right? It's not even 5 a.m. Oh, Landy, that's probably it. Probably doesn't have anything to do with sinking stuff or near, far, wherever you are. It's got to be noise abatement, right? That's what it's got to be. It's got to be that. Okay. Let's start engine number 1. Engine number 1 starts. I think that's got to be it. Has nothing to do with sinking. No reason to go and roll out your lifeboats. And fuel. Here comes fuel. Now the taxi is going to be interesting. Retriever Neil says posture check. Yeah, I'm kind of all over the place today. Not sitting up straight in the chair. 7 right will open at 6:30 in Hong Kong. But right now it's about sleeping. So
Bypass pin removed.
I guess with 7 center,
Left is clear, right is clear.
my guess is November Bravo all the way around. And then Charlie Delta out that way. I mean, it doesn't look like they got anything over here that actually would have you go crossing 7 center. We could if we wanted to be bratty about it, right? Starting engine number 2, 1 in the tail. I like this airplane. It's fun to fly once you learn how to do it. Chom says no from Alpha 1. And fuel? So no from Alpha 1. We could cross, we could taxi across at Alpha 1. We don't have to go all the way around. So Alpha 1 across Echo and Yankee Zulu like that. And we got 3 good engine starts here. 5.6 is going to be trim. There we go. And we're done with the APU. Let's turn off the bleed. And it'll shut down automatically after that. Flaps. And speed brakes. Auto brakes. Taxi light. I think it's time to go. We could also arm profile and nav, and somebody said I'm also supposed to arm auto flight. I've armed auto flight too. Shall we go? Yes, do you have that sinking feeling? Okay, parking brakes off. Up and away time. All 3 engines up. I got a FedEx up here. Let's follow the FedEx up ahead of us. Okay, so that's what you got last time. So Chom the Best was here and said cross at Alpha 1. So we can cross at Alpha 1. So coming out at November. And then it looks like that airplane over there is on Alpha. And then we can cross. Cool. Name on roll field. I have no idea. Out we go. And there's our big FedEx MD-11. Out we go. Just popping outside like this. Now, we're away from the terminal, but I've seen no hesitations or anything. Nobody over there. That looks good. I see somebody taking off in the distance over there. This should be Alpha. Alpha is clear. I see somebody on approach over there. Maybe I should listen to the radio. I think they're on approach for 7 left. I don't think they're on the center. Hey, Empire, welcome back in. Yeah, I'm gonna guess that the idea of using 7 left at this time is all about noise abatement. It's gotta. Somebody's on the right side over there. Okay, there's Alpha 1, and we're supposed to do Alpha 1 to cross. Rich is back. Welcome back, Rich. Hong Kong traffic. FedEx 441 is crossing 07 center at Alpha 1. Hong Kong.
Hong Kong traffic, Cathay 618 Heavy, we're about to be established 07 center.
So in other words, we need to go fast. Look over there. There they are. They got plenty of time. Let's get off the runway. That airplane is holding at Bravo 2.
Tower, hello, this is Hainan 8155.
And we're gonna make a turn here. Okay, that airplane's rolling, so I better stop. I don't want to run into them. Silent Child is back. Welcome back, Silent Child. Just landed in Berlin with Say Intentions. Congratulations. How's Berlin tonight? Hong Kong traffic. FedEx 441 is clear of runway 07 center, continuing our taxi to 7 left. Hong Kong. XJet's tower has just popped up. Uh-oh. Hopefully we don't have to power down because I didn't bring a bunch of extra fuel. Let's see. Aversamo. Did I say that even close to right? Welcome aboard. This is Flight Sim 2024. Flight Sim 2024.
Traffic Cathay 6.
Berlin ground was a little weird today.
Established Dallas 07 center, 7 miles, Hong Kong.
All right, let's go ahead and get to tower 118.4. 118.4. There we go, 118.4.
Roger.
And we've got ATIS.
Bravo
Let's see if they've changed
Can you
anything
continue
here.
taxi to your holding point first, and I can give you your clearance at the holding point so you don't hold up the traffic.
Departure
We'll
ATIS.
roger that. Do you want us 07 left and via Zulu or Yankee?
Okay.
FedEx 1959 taxi via Foxtrot, Yankee, Charlie, Charlie 1 holding points runway 07 left.
That would be Foxtrot, Yankee, Charlie, and Charlie 1 holding point for 7 left. And when we get there, we'll get our clearance. That's good. If you want to give us our squawk, we can take that and put it in for you so you can track the
FedEx 1959 squawk.
Hey, Manafee, good to see you. Thank you for coming in today.
5341 FedEx.
We're going to probably wrap it up after this flight today. This is a little longer.
549 at Foxtrot 7 cross runway 07 center, and taxi right on Alpha, Alpha 8, Bravo 7, stand November 64.
Cafe 549,
Here,
cross
they're
runway
using
7
Yankee.
center at Foxtrot 7, right on Alpha, Alpha 8, Bravo 7 to stand November 64, Cafe
Foxtrot,
549.
Yankee, Charlie. Hong Kong Tower, very good evening. FedEx 441 has information Yankee aboard. We are currently started and taxiing on Foxtrot for runway 07 left.
FedEx 441, I'll give you your clearance at your holding points. Taxi via Foxtrot, Yankee, Charlie, Charlie 1 holding points, runway 07 left.
FedEx 441, we'll get the clearance later. Foxtrot, Yankee, and Charlie. Holding point is Charlie 1 for FedEx 441. Okay. All right, it's the near one here. Let's get going. All 3 throttles going up. To get this thing rolling, you do all 3 of your throttles up like this. And then when the airplane starts rolling, then you just taxi on the center engine. That looks like an A300 up there. Manafee's going to do Salt Lake to DTW today. Somebody just landed. That's that one, the Cathay just landed, I think, on 7 Center, that announced that they were coming on in as we were crossing. And there is our very, very big airplane, which, according to the story we saw today, is going to be flying for FedEx until 2032, I believe. Absolutely amazing airplane. Next available left for us. Ashbad, we are at the new Hong Kong airport, and we are going to Hanoi. And this is the new airport that just got released. We'll also see a lot of the really cool landmarks going out. So you see just tons of terminals here.
549 stand November 64 is occupied. You can take November 66, that is currently on your right side, or actually you can just take any stand you want on Bravo 7.
Roger, we see November 66 right off our nose. We'll take that, Cathay 549, thank you.
Definitely need to slow it down, then give it a little bit of gas as you're making a turn, like a 90-degree turn like this, especially if it's heavily loaded.
Cafe 749 at Hong Kong Tower. Hello, you clear to Johannesburg, flight plan routes. Climb via Peak and
Man, people are doing some long flights today.
Squawk 5125.
Uh-oh, they made me hide behind the fence here. They knew I was trouble.
5125, Cathay 749.
Cathay 749, read back correct information, Yankee.
Hong Kong Tower, good morning, Cathay 618, which is runway vacated, we're on Alpha, and we got stand Whiskey 48 inside this one.
Cathay 618, roger, taxi via Alpha, Whiskey 1, Whiskey 2, stand Whiskey 48.
Lots of
Alpha,
whiskey at this
Whiskey
airport.
2, to stand Whiskey 48, Cathay 618.
Okay, second available left here.
Cathay 618 confirm after Alpha is a Whiskey, then Whiskey 1, Whiskey 2, and Whiskey 48.
Shut down GSX and
Roger,
hide
so
the GSX
Alpha,
menu.
Whiskey 1, Whiskey
Okay,
2,
there
stand
is
Whiskey 48,
Delta.
Cathay
We
618.
want Charlie, which is next. Anybody over there? Nope. Good. Anybody over there? I think that's JSG Droid and an A300 up there. Steve on final. Hello. We are MD-11ing. We are. And it's behaving very nicely today. I know I always forget to do that, don't I? Ashbad tried the 737 MAX this morning for the first time. You couldn't get VLOC to work at the end. You did have it all. You did have the ILS all dialed in and stuff like that. And we're supposed to go down here to Charlie 1. Now then, we really should do a minimum takeoff fuel is 48.6. So check our fuel. I'm at 53.4. We're doing great. Let's see. JSG Droid says check out the first officer in the front seat. Uh-oh. Okay. So some little kids playing with their Harry Potter wand, and there's a little Leviosa action here. Kids these days, right? Really? I don't think I've got a first officer sitting out there like, oh, wait a minute, you're in another airplane though. Yes, physics police are terribly upset. Steve on final. Well, we can't use a Boeing or an Airbus hat, so we have to use the original spy. Oh, it's the Illuminati. They're doing it. See, they're always causing trouble too. Either that or it's an artifact that's escaped from Warehouse 13. JSG Droid wants to know if maybe it's the GE livery. Maybe that pilot's had far too much coffee this morning. Could very well be that. The taxi is longer than the flight.
FedEx 1959 reports when you are ready for your clearance.
FedEx 1959 ready to top clearance.
FedEx 1959 clear to Hanoi, flight plan routes. Climb via Pekin to Zulu departure to 5,000 feet. Expect flight level 1,000 meters. In conversion, flight level 361. And squawk 5341.
FedEx 1959 is cleared to destination Hanoi via the Pikachu Zulu. Our initial climb is 5,000. We will expect 11,000 meters or flight level 361 in our squawk. flight 341. That's 1959, and we are fully ready for departure.
FedEx 1959, read back correct. Wind 09, correction, wind 050 degrees, 9 knots. Clear for takeoff, runway 07 left.
Clear for takeoff, 07 left for FedEx 1959.
And FedEx 441, are you ready for your clearance?
FedEx 441 ready to copy clearance.
FedEx 441 clear to Hanoi, flight plan routes. Climb via Pekin to Zulu departure to 5,000 feet. Expect flight level 1,600 meters. In conversion, flight level 381. Squawk 5127.
FedEx 441 is cleared to destination via the Pekin 2 Zulu departure. Initial climb is 5,000 feet. 1,600 meters, which converts to flight level 381, is our final. Our squawk today is 5127 for FedEx 441.
FedEx 441, read back correct. Reports when ready for departure.
FedEx 441 heavy.
China Eastern 310 at gate November 64. The information Yankee Airbus A350-900 requesting
AZ says it is sunny today.
Jennison 310 Tower, hello, standby, break, FedEx 441, go ahead.
FedEx 441 fully ready for departure.
FedEx 441, line up and wait for runway 07 left.
07 left, line up and wait, FedEx 441. Strobes, although in this airplane they call them the high intensity.
Eastern 310, are you ready for your clearance?
Affirmative, ready to...
Extending the landing lights.
China Eastern 310, clear to High Cove, flight plan route. Climb via Pekin to Zulu departure to 5,000 feet. Actually, stand by for clearance. FedEx 1959 and monitor advisory 122.8.
Monitor advisory 122.8, FedEx 1959. Thanks for coming on, getting us out.
And landing lights. I clicked them.
FedEx 441 squawk 5127.
$5127 for FedEx 441 Heavy. Thank you. I think we're ready.
FedEx 441, thank you. Wind 050 degrees, 9 knots. Clear for takeoff from runway 07 left.
07 left, clear for takeoff. FedEx 441. Thank you. Here we go. Throttle's up about halfway.
China,
and engines are stable.
Not available. Are you able flight level 7,200 meters? In conversion, flight level 236.
That's right. In this part of the world, they use meters.
ASM will take flight level 236. China
100 knots.
310.
V1.
310, thank you. Clear to
and
High Cove,
rotate.
flight plan route. Climb via Pekin 2 Zulu departure to 5,000 feet. Squawk 3316.
Get to High Cove via the Pekin 2 Zulu departure. Climb via to 5,000 feet. Expecting for level 236 for final. Squawk 3316. China Eastern 310.
China Eastern 310, read back correct. Information Yankee.
Information Yankee, we have some board. China Eastern 310.
FedEx 441, monitor advisory 122.8.
122.8 advisory now for FedEx 441 Heavy. Thanks for the clearance going out. Have a good week. 122.8. Okay, we're good. Hi, Rogue Army. I'm using the wind wing or wind control. Flaps retract. I'm using the wind control Airbus Airbus side stick, and I use that to control all the airplanes here. And we've got a speed restriction here first. And of course, it's a cloudy, foggy morning, so there's nothing to see outside. So we'll leave the slats out just a little bit longer. Let's see, Rogue Army. The side stick that I use is from Winwing. And it's the Winwing Airbus side stick. They call it the Ursa Minor. Their name for that is called the Ursa Minor. And let's do FMC2 and progress. 680 miles to go. And what I use for the throttles is the Thrustmaster throttles. And those are the Airbus throttles too. Hey Detergent Foot, welcome in. Thank you for coming by today. And speed's coming up, so slats retract. And we can go and check those out up here in the left side. Slats are up. And let's make the map a little bigger, and we'll just do an open climb. Now then, one of the things that we have to do is we have to do meters. We could probably also blow off a lot of this if we wanted to. So it's early in the morning. We could go direct to Dagbu or Siku, S-I-K-U, if we decided to blow all of this off. And that might be Giviv, or whatever. So that would probably cut a little bit of time on the flight there if we were decided to go a direct there. Direct to Siku. Okay, we're going to go direct to Siku. And you realize that being a sicko, I'm going to tell some silly jokes about that. And direct to... I'm not nuts about blowing off Pecan, but there you go. Direct to Siku and direct to. TW Simulations, that's a good choice. All right, flaps are up. Reset the dial a flap back to 15. Okay, that looks good. We are passing 13,000 feet. Landing lights off and retract. And cabin to auto. Got a little bit of the moon out there. I'm pretty sure that it's not Siku. I'm pretty sure that it's probably, you know, like our favorite waypoint at Princess Juliana Airport. You know, probably not. Although I think it'd be great if it was Siku. JSG Droid says it's probably going to be Seco. Probably Seco. Our climb's going really good. Nice view out the window here. So a couple of the buildings are showing up, but they're rapidly going away. I think that is Kaitak over there. TWC Simulation says in German there's the word Sika. Sea cow. It means sea. Well, that could be it. It could be sea cow. And if there's a tornado in the area, then we would see cows. Because, you know, cows. Altimeter checked and set. 1013. We all see cow. Yes, I see cows too, just like the psychiatrist in the movie Twister. We are 602 miles out. Our estimated fuel on board for landing at the moment is 28.4. We will be landing at 2246 Zulu. It is 2114. Wow. Let's see. Detergent Foot's favorite meme is when they found out that a cow had a better drag coefficient than a Jeep. Really? Irvy sees dead people. Lord Secret Spy is back in chat. Welcome back, Lord Secret Spy. Thanks for coming in today. We just departed out of the new Hong Kong airport, and just the little flight out that we all did. I cut in. I'm really being bad. I'm cutting in front of everybody on this departure. But I think that all of the really nice. There were no hesitations, no scenery burps going out, so it seems pretty good. Let's see. Chom the Best is going to Eham for Eham sandwiches. Yeah, boy, look at that. Russ did the full departure. I may have done my turn in. I may have created a conflict with GSG Droid. Got an airplane coming over here. Is this a problem? Let's see. This is SHK 5684. They are at 25,000 feet. We are at 23,000 feet. So we could be having close to a conflict here. 25,000, 24. We're going to get above that airplane before, so I don't think there's going to be a collision. But we're going to have the co-pilot look out the window, and there it is. It's behind us now, so no collision. No collision. Lord Secret Spy wants a cheese, tomato, and pineapple toasted sandwich today. Driven, I wish I never waited to talk to Winwing about my stick. When it got here, it was broken out of the box. Oh no. That sucks. Their packaging is like really good though, Driven. That's one of the things about Winwing stuff is, boy, their packages are great. And we know that because of the massive tour that the Polyot packages from Winwing always seem to take. Okay, 122.8. Everything looks good. Early morning emergency delivery of Wilson volleyballs for the Hanoi Beach Volleyball Tournament. All right. Emergency lights armed. No smoking is on. Seatbelts are auto. Landing lights and taxi lights are up. Nav lights, logo lights beacon. We could turn off the logo light. We don't need that. This is going to be kind of a nice quiet flight. Driven says it might have been broken in shipping. It had the QC pass sticker where the USB Charlie plug was broken. And there's another post on Reddit. I didn't know about that one before. I know I couldn't get them to reship mine, so 30,000 feet back over to, let's see, progress on that one. What do I usually do here? Oh, performance on this one is what I usually do. Performance for the pilot and progress for the co-pilot. That's too bad because I gotta tell you, I really like the wind wing. I didn't do after takeoff items. My auto brakes were still on and so was the speed brake armed. And that really is too bad because they're autopilot, the autopilot, the McDo are really good. I mean, really good. Fuel's good, no problems there. Landy's throttle had an issue with the engine start lever and they replaced it with expedited free shipping. Really? Man, that was nice. All you had to do was send them a photo of the issue. Wow. Chom the best is saving up for a trip in 2027 with friends. Maybe one or two of the things would be nice. Maybe, you know, if you've got a side stick that you need to replace, or maybe one of the autopilots for the airplane you'd use the most, maybe that'd be a good thing, but saving up is important too. Okay, 33,000 feet. I am going to go and top off the tee. So if you would, give me just a minute and a half and be right back. Please don't touch that remote. all topped up. Hey, TikTok Jock is back. Welcome, welcome. Hi, DK Funfly. Yeah, every one of the WinWing things that has arrived here at Spy HQ has been really, really nice. All right, we're direct to Sicko at flight level 380. I'm not sure where the handover point would be when we have to go metric. At Sicko, though, there is a green line here. So this line right here might be where we would go, where there would be an ATC handover to metric altitudes. And according to Mr. Flight Plan said 1160. In fact, it says that at Sicko, 1160 at Sicko. So there we go. That's where we switch over to metric. And fortunately, this airplane has got a metric button. That's right, you have to go plaid first. And if you come over here, you see where it says feet and meters. And there is our meter. We don't have to do math conversions, thank goodness. He sighed in relief. Any plans to visit the Flight Sim Labs A320neo? You know, every time I think that, okay, this would be a good week to go and reload it in and all that other stuff, there's a new airplane that comes out or something like that. But I do need to go and download that. Roddy said there was another good song playing. Thalos says it's time for TV's Frank to press the button. I'm at 11582. It's supposed to be 11160. And we probably have to press it, and it will take us up to our meters. There's our meters. We pressed the button. And the sun's kind of coming up, so we're going to have a nice sunrise flight in. Everything else looks good here. TikTok Jock, the only time I'm not a fan of meters in aviation. Oh, okay, I get it. I remember the first time we kind of did a flight like this over here, and it was metric, and it was like, oh gosh, I had no idea what we were doing with that. It was a bit of a surprise. We were doing a flight over in, Russia, and it was like, what are we doing? I don't know what I'm doing here. Let's see, JSG Droid's airplane is too old to have meters. The plane was built when they were measuring things in cubics. Meter, I hardly know her. They don't use, no, I don't think that they use meters at Hong Kong. I think it's feet, knots, and stuff like that. But again, the flight plan said we switched to meters at Sicko, and if you look here, there's a green line, and generally these green lines, if you zoom out, that is a new air route traffic control center, so that's probably where they would say to maintain meters. And the clouds are still rolling in. I haven't seen any moisture out of them yet. We're supposed to have some. Well, just looking at radar, there's not an awful lot coming in, so I think it's just going to be cloudy and cool. Cloudy and misty today. Hey, Driven. Driven says to stretch. Posture check, too. Usually in modern aircraft, there's a meter option. Yeah, I mean, it was just like mine. Just like mine. One little button is all you press on this plane. I'm going to stretch twice. A little stiff today. And we are 499 miles. Still landing at about 2249 Zulu. We've got a 72 knot headwind. That explains why it's such slow going. Our ground speed's a whopping 414 knots. We are battling the wind right in our face. That's why. Okay, got it. Now then, one of the things about the charts here that's going to be good news for us. I'm just going to go and clear out the old ones to save a little space. Okay, so on the ILS, if you look over here in the lower right-hand corner, there's feet to meters conversion charts. So here at NB 362, it says 4,000. I'm guessing maybe that's feet, which would be 1,200 meters. Final no, this is feet. It's got the little apostrophe at the end, the little slash at the end, so it's feet. So this is all feet here, but if ATC pops online, they're going to give us meters. And on our arrival at Nakha, flight level 150, and we keep coming in. Okay, at Morco, it's flight level 140, so flight level's there. And then chug around here, so we make a turn here. And then down to sub up. And then we come out and do a little waiting queue, and around we come in here to 4,000 feet and NB 362. So it looks like most of our charts here are in feet, but maybe coming in we switch to meters. And I planned runway 11 right, so for the arrival. And cargo is right here, so if we get Sierra 7, then cargo is just right over here. And it looks like they've got a couple of big places to park for cargo, so once you come in, Sierra 7, Victor 7, then you would come back at Victor 7, and then you would come in here, and it looks like they've got 1, 2, 3 places for really big airplanes to park for cargo. And so you could bring in 3 big cargo planes here, and then the rest are just parking gates. Detergent Foot said it's on the cooler side in LA today. Only the low 70s. It's supposed to be 90s in LA later this week. Really? Seems awfully soon for 90s even in LA. It seems like it's awfully soon for 90s in LA. Shouldn't we be seeing the sun by now? I guess not. Hey, Big J Plays. Thanks for coming in on a Monday. It was a very strange week in January where it was also the late 80s. Yeah, It's been strange here too. It's been really strange here. Just really, really weird weather and stuff. Almost to Sicko, 8 miles. And I'm not quite at 1160, I think. No, we are. So I thought that we had to do a little bit of a climb here, but it's got, when you hit the meters button, it puts it on top at flight load 38,060 feet, or 11.6 kilometers. Hope I said that right. So we're spot on for altitude. Unless, did I forget altimeter? No, I didn't forget altimeter. Yay. This airplane will not remind you about your altimeter. You have to remind yourself. Nothing to worry about here. Fuel, 28. Diversion fuel, which I know JSG Droid spends a lot more time looking at. For me is 12,700. And we're going to have 28. We're in really good shape there. And here's our turn. Had a flight suggestion last week to go take off from someplace and go to Leeds Bradford Airport. Leeds Bradford? It's an airport we haven't been to. I think it's one of those that started off as a military base. Leeds Bradford Airport. It's one that I remember us going to a long time ago. It's in the Leeds Metropolitan District in West Yorkshire. Avro used to be there. Maybe still is. It was built in the late 1920s, 1930s. Next to the old Bradford to Harrogate Road, it was a grass runway to start out. And then it became RAF Yeadon. So it became, yeah, probably there it did. In 1936, 1939. Okay. Don't get Leeds ENGM confused with ENGM when loading. EGNM versus ENGM. Oh, yeah, that could be a problem. EGNM. Not sure where we want to go from there. EGNM. Yeah, I can see how that would happen. Let's see. Wartime use. The facility, the terminal has not, oh wow, it's got 2 air bridges. It has 2 check-in halls. Let's see, used by all airlines except for Jet 2, and that's going to be Hall B. So there's 2 halls. Okay, so airline choices, Aer Lingus, so we could come from Belfast or Dublin. Leeds to Frankfurt, we could go into Frankfurt if we wanted to. Let's see, Argany Airport, that's a seasonal flight to Guernsey. EasyJet from Barcelona, Belfast, and Paris. Jet 2 from a whole lot of places. KLM from Amsterdam, Ryanair from a lot of places, Sun Express from Antalya, TUI Airways, and the airline that must not be named.
New recruits detected.
Wedge 2K is
Welcome
here.
aboard, Agent.
Oh,
Stay
wow, they
sharp.
come in from Corfu. Look at that. TUI Airways has a flight from Corfu. Corfu and Dubrovnik and Palma de Mallorca. Yeah, we haven't been to Amsterdam, so KLM does a flight. Okay. Amsterdam, EHAM, so let the EHAM sandwich jokes begin right now. So this could be our good first flight. Buzz Air, is that one of them? Is that what that is? It's Buzz Air. I've never heard of that one driven. Jet 2 also goes to Skiathos. Looks like they have got a lot of little Greek airports. Thessaloniki, Zakynthos, a lot of good ones there. All right, let's see what they fly this thing to. So let's do a search by route. So we're talking EHAM to EGNM, not ENGM, Leeds Bradford. And I think we've got an airport for Leeds Bradford too. KLM flies E190s, E175s, and a Boeing 737, which was canceled. They do a Boeing 737 and a 737-900. If you're going to do Fly Tampa EHAM, there is a patch for it on flightsim.to. It released the other week. I never knew that there were problems with EHAM, Landy, but I'll make sure to go and check that out. So basically, we could do a Boeing 739. So Landy says we need to get the Schiphol updated Fly Tampa patch. Thank you for putting it in that way, Landy, so I could share it. I know it's kind of a pain, but I appreciate you doing that. So we've got a little patch here. Remove any previous fixes. I don't think we've had a fix here. So this would be a good thing to snag for sure. I'm going to have Wind Sailor do it for me. What is done? It removes trees from the taxiways. I didn't see any taxiway trees or anything like that. There's a bump near an intersection. Parking area has been added near the West Tower. Trees have been added. A break room building has been added. 3D grass. Romeo apron has been demolished as in real life. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and grab that one over with Wind Sailor. Okay, so we ought to do this one. And then, let's see, FSA for Leeds Bradford, because I think I've got one already. FS add-on compare. And that's going to be EGNM, Leeds Bradford. So it's an Orbix scenery. It's an Orbix for 2020. There's also a Leeds Bradford for any builds for 2024. So Orbix and any builds has one. And I think I've got that one. Driven says it is windy in Idaho, and GT Boy says beer cheers. Hi, GT Boy. Still doing tea cheers here. So this would be like our first one. All right. Let's see. Leeds Bradford. Is it over here? Oh, I've got to update Newcastle too. Luton. Or is it Stansted? London Heathrow, Cardiff, Indianapolis, Jersey, Leeds Bradford. So here's the Leeds Bradford over here. And I guess I don't have it installed. It's compatible with 2024. And I guess I can't show pictures. But yeah, there's that for that one. And that would be a 737-900. Dan says, what is LBA? Which one's that one? I really have hit the wall as far as being able to remember them all. Or is LBA Leeds Bradford? And I'm just, that's our first flight. We're doing Amsterdam to Leeds Bradford. Also, we would be taking a PMDG 737-900 for this one. So let's see if they have a KLM livery for that. So it's the 900, 737-900. And let's see if they've got a livery for that. There's Alaska, Delta, KLM. We got a KLM. It's got blended winglets. Okay, so KLM B739, blended winglets, and its tail number is PH-BXS. So let's grab that one so we can fly. KLM has a livery for basically everything. Well, they're a pretty big operation. iCar. Haven't heard that one. So this is just kind of preparing for a flight or something like that. So KLM to Leeds Bradford is our first flight on Thursday. It's going to be a Boeing 739. All right, we got that one all set, so we're good to go with that. Now, the next thing that I'll do to prepare for something along these lines is we'll come over here, and then I would go into SimBrief, and let's go and do saved airframes. Big J plays. Yep, Lufthansa is German. KLM is I think their name, I don't know what KLM is for, but their slogan line is Royal Dutch Airlines. Royal Dutch Airlines. All right, Boeing 737-900, and it's going to be the top one, which is the passenger variant. And we have all sorts of different ones we can do. We have single class and dual class with tanks. Oh boy, I have no idea what kind of tanks to do, so let's just do, I didn't say, it just said it had blended winglets. It didn't tell us what kind of tank, so I'll go dual class and select the airframe. And it's gonna be KLM. Driven says, KLM says, yeah. Fortunately, I'm going to be a real brat on this one. Instead, in English, it says, it translates to Royal Dutch Airlines. I just couldn't say it in Dutch. I know, that's cheating. I should feel bad, but strangely, at this point, I don't. All right, let's change the registration number, and I'll bet its VIN number is BXS. It says it's in pounds. I'm guessing since it's KLM, it's going to be in kilograms. And so we're going to have it do this in kilograms. And now we're all set. Save the airframe, and we're all ready to go. It does not say it is an ER version, which is what those tanks were for. So dual class is fine. Thanks, Landy. All right, I think we're good to go. So we've got that flight all ready to go. And here's all of our flights coming on in. And we're looking good there. So our first flight is going to be a KLM flight from Amsterdam to Leeds Bradford. And there is a $13 one over at Orbix if you would like that. Which is unusual. We haven't gone to that airport. Like I said, I think it's been kind of a long time. It'll probably be next week. It'll probably be either Oslo or Bergen for our first departure for our vectors to Copenhagen. Usually they do those every other week. Driven, yep, that's what it was. So the full airline name is Royal Dutch Airlines. Everything looks good here. We are 164 miles from top of descent. If we go back to the dispatch page, it does not tell you what the weather is. This one doesn't do that. Okay. I think if you go to the perf page, it will give you the weather here at VVNB. It's going to be runway 11 right. So right now, according to my airplane, it's dry. The winds are 360 at 8. It's 17 degrees. The altimeter is 1024. Google Translate is not doing a good job of pronouncing it. Okay, nothing really to worry about there. Let's see how all of this is coming together. Okay, so we've got Leeds Bradford all set up and ready to go. We don't need Amsterdam. We should also on Windsailor. Windsailor has already gotten the Amsterdam fixes updated, so I just have to drag those into that silly world. Inverser is back. Welcome back, Inverser. Come fly in Argentina. Sometimes there's ATC tower and ground on Saturdays and Sundays. And you've also had some nice VATSIM events in Argentina too. VATSIM in South America is growing. Like VATSIM Brazil is really getting good. There's always something going on the weekends in Brazil. And we've done a couple of flights into Argentina where there's just been really, really good ATC, and you've got some really great terrain to fly over too. A couple of tricky approaches going in there. Roddy, yeah, I mean, VATSIM Brazil has gotten really good. And, you know, it's not just, you know, Santos Dumont. It's all over. There's a really good, I think it's a freeware airport for Brasilia, the capital. And that's a really nicely done airport. There's our top of descent. Looks like we picked up no, I think we lost a minute. It was 22:49, right? Yeah, we lost a minute. Fuel is hanging in there, 28,000 pounds when we land. 326 miles to go. Minimums. Okay, minimums. Now for the ILS, a Category C landing is 244, and it's got the symbol for feet. There is a circle to land for this. There's a circle to land for this one. I doubt I'm going to try a circle to land in the MD-11 right now. Make all the chicken sounds you want. Let's see, we don't have to set glide ILS and inbound course. The airplane does that for us, so we don't have to worry about that. All we have to do is minimums, which is 244 feet. And that's up here. You have to click Barrow. And then 244 feet. All right, there's 244 feet right there. And over here, we already know that the altimeter is going to be 1024. We could get our landing weight. The airplane's done the math, and let's see. So, auto brakes minimum, reversers, wing, tail, none, or all. I think mine only does the tail. Flaps are going to be 35 and calculate. So estimated landing distance is 5,313 feet. Stopping distance, I have 10,597. So in other words, we're not going to need hardly a lot of runway. We could probably even do I said auto brakes minimum. So auto brakes are set. After we're done here, if you still want to do some flying, today, one of the things is it's Monday, and on Mondays there's a VATSIM event. Well, let's see. There's GA on the Carolina coast. Tim Dog was talking about this. So I'm not sure about Moncton Monday. I didn't see that, but we'll look on the other map. So this is for GA flying. This is small airplanes. Along the Carolina coastline. So this is going to be going on starting at 2300 Zulu. And then if you go to the other VATSIM calendar, that's going to tell you about Moncton Mondays is scheduled for today. Hi, AH Mike. So this one is from 2200 to 0200 Zulu. And that's basically up in Canada and Halifax. We haven't done this. I'll put this one on the schedule for next week. We haven't been to Moncton Monday in a while. This is really good for Canadian ops or CRJs, but the other thing about Halifax Airport is it's also good for flying on, it's also good for very big airplanes. Landy found the MD-11 has a long rollout. The ABS needs the nose gear on the ground to work fully. So, and might initially require forward pressure on the yoke. So they're basically saying put the nose gear on the ground too for the auto brakes to go. And once you added a little forward pressure, the brakes were much more effective. Okay. Well, that would explain some of mine that are a little bit off. I mean, it does feel like it takes a little bit longer, but I always thought that that just had to do with the fact that it's a heavy airplane. Our initial descent. So if we descend via, and I don't know if we need to do the whole little racetrack here. So the Naka arrival means we do this little racetrack to come around here. We could probably, after November Bravo 386, go direct to sub up and then do let this one get us set up. So an initial descent is 4,000 feet. If you're going to stay in meters, the conversion for 4,000 feet is 1,200 meters. So if we're in profile mode, we would put in 1,200 meters if we're going to stay in meters. So on the landing with this one, I've got to try and remember to do a little forward pressure and put the nose gear on the runway. What could possibly go wrong with doing that, I wonder? Okay, so we don't need the squawk code. We don't need the climb and maintain. And everything else is clear. Russ says it's getting a little bit light behind us. Let's look outside and see. Hey, yeah, look at that. We're getting a little bit of sunlight. Sun's coming up, so it should be a nice arrival. So we should have a nice sunrise arrival coming in today. Next week on the VATSIM calendar, on Thursday we've got Welcome to Helsinki. Suhor Nights. I don't know that one. Leipzig Thursday. We haven't been to Leipzig in a long time. Billund and Aalborg. Hamburg Thursday. Brussels. There's also a transversal Thursday. LFRS LSGG. Oh my gosh. So that's like that's another word for a city pair. It's not showing up. Russ says there's Riga on Friday. So we haven't been to Riga in a while too. This is in the Baltics, and it's actually, I think we've been here and we've done this occasionally, and it's a nice little airport as I recall. So we've got Riga, Istanbul, Acropolis Nights, Frankfurt Friday. Looks like Friday's kind of a quiet day. These are some of the things that I will look at as I put the flight plan together on Wednesday. So then for spy flight time, we've got Bratislav, Eindhoven, Odessa, so this one is Dutch virtual air traffic control. Sunday, Stuttgart Sunday's back, visit Cancun, Havana Sunday service, and West Coast weekends in California. If you haven't been haven't seen this, hi Jamal, welcome aboard. I put in a link to this. So this is basically the VATSIM events calendar, and you can kind of just have a look at this. And then the other thing is this is the VAT USA calendar. So Northern Crossings is Friday, March 13th. Friday the 13th, Minneapolis, Chicago, Detroit. I don't want to go to Chicago until we get a good airport. That's just annoying. Minneapolis to DTW might be nice on Friday the 13th. I know, I think it's again. Didn't we just have a Friday the 13th? I think we did. Looks like there's a lot of airplanes buzzing about Hong Kong now. Lots of airplanes buzzing around Hong Kong. I thought there'd be a lot more with the release of the new airport. Let's see. GTI 8522 is coming in. That's got to be the Giant, right? That's got to be giant. The only Friday the 13th movie we never really had was Jason on a Plane. Well, if, you know, Samuel L. Jackson is available, dates have the same day of the week in March and February unless it's a leap year. Okay. Well, okay, 2 Friday the 13ths in a row. Boy, that's nice. I mean, we don't need another Friday the 13th. We've had enough bad luck. And that's because February only has 28 days. All right, so I'm going to leave mine. I'm living dangerously here. Oh, 28 is divided by 7. That's why it works. I was trying to figure out the connection, but that makes perfect sense. So 1,200 meters, right? 1,200 meters is 4,000 feet. 1,200 meters. That seems awfully low. 4,000 feet, 1,200 meters, that's what we're supposed to be at here. Okay. And we're 52 miles from our top of descent, and we should hit our top of descent at 007. Okay, 0007, but still, that makes us feel good. I've got an airplane relatively close behind me, so I'm going to keep my speed up in the descent. Just because that's a good thing to do. Kebab Aviation is back in chat. Hi, Kebab Aviation. We have an emergency shipment of Wilson volleyballs going to the Hanoi Beach Volleyball Tournament. Hi, Fryock. Welcome aboard. It is the MD-11, a FedEx MD-11. 2 engines on the wing and a big old engine in the tail, which is actually the same size as the engines in the wing. They're all 3 the same engine. They've just got a bigger inlet on the one in the tail. Driven's birthday was on Friday the 13th of this year. Oh, really? We just did a little 007 there. I know, really looking good, isn't it? We've got the sun coming up behind us, and we've also got a pretty big moon on this to make the airplane look good. Chom the Beast wants some hot chocolate. Yeah, it's starting to get chilly in here. That might have been a little bit of moisture on the east side of town. 36 miles to top of descent. 5 minutes. The airplane should handle it perfectly. Tim Dog says it's warm. It's 22 degrees Celsius where Tim Dog is, and Tim Dog's had a rougher winter. Kebab Aviation, it's 15 degrees there. 3 in this one. Is it surrounded by rain? Yeah, I'm not expecting much out of it. They've been dropping the percentages the past few days. Chom the Best says it's 7 degrees in Netherlands right now. That's not a bad temperature. Everything looks good here. It says hold. I don't know if I've got profile is set though. It's in pink, so we'll see if it's actually going to go. We may have to manually press the button. It's going up to about 15 degrees in Netherlands right now, so you're definitely out of the freeze zone. It has been a very, very strange winter. Just passing Zernan. 3 minutes to top of descent. Almost time. So we'll see if it's automatic. And usually it would say, if we were in profile mode, it would say proceed to on this one. It's 12 degrees Celsius where Driven is in Idaho Falls. It feels colder. Yeah, well, I would imagine so. Gusting to 45 mile an hour wind gusts in Idaho Falls. Welcome in, Ministry. Thanks for coming by. Just because you're right in the valley, and that's why. 20 miles, 2 minutes to go. Yeah, most of the rain is going to stay east of town today. I don't expect the stuff out west to do anything but go straight south, so we're probably done for weather here. We're going to be done for weather here, so nothing else really big going on. But it is going to be a little bit chillier here for a while. I just use Driven. I'm just looking at the National Weather Service page. NOAA. It's all of the app data that you're going to look at. It all comes from the NOAA weather source. So I just go directly to NOAA where it's the original source. The applications will make the radars look a little bit prettier. But I've been reading that radar map for years, so it works just fine for me. Almost time. 9 miles to go. Tim Dog and Driven both like weather-wise. I'm just keeping an eye to make sure it starts down at the appropriate time. If you don't start out on time, this airplane can be really kind of a pain to get down there. Tim Dog, welcome back in. No, Tim Dog has been here, and it's Small Bats that just arrived. Hi, Small Bats. Almost time to descend. It doesn't say proceed to. One mile. It's not doing it. Let's press the button. No, wait a minute. Econ descent. It didn't do it. Profile. All right, we got it there. So I don't know that I had it in profile mode after I maybe I needed to hit profile after I switched it back to meters. That was probably what was going on. And how are we doing on descent? Okay, descent profile looks pretty good. So I guess I probably stayed up on it pretty quick. So there we go. I don't know, small bats. Sometimes something comes into chat. I don't know. Am I going to do another flight? Driven. Well, no. The Amsterdam to Bradford flight is Thursday, and I'm gonna wrap it up after this one today. It's been a long week. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, we had some really good VATSIM events. We had a great flight into Copenhagen today. And one of the things is you do a whole lot of the VATSIM events, you really do need to take a break. And my brain's already a little bit fried. So we'll call it a day after this one. Let's see what the other airplanes are doing ahead of us, though. So there's FedEx 209. That's Russ. It looks like Russ is going straight in and not doing the little turn here. So on the arrival, let's see
New
here.
recruit detected. Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
After Morco, we want to go direct to sub up on the flight plan. There's Morco. I wonder if you can go and take sub up. No, I can't go and put that up there. That's not going to work. I don't want to just sit here and delete those. That could be a problem. I guess we could just delete these. Yeah, we'll just delete them. I guess that's not going to mess it up. And then delete the route discontinuity. And that should do it. Wonder if that's going to mess up our descent, though. Let's see, did it... No, it didn't make us high or anything like that. I thought put the next waypoint that you want from that page is what we should have done. Same as in the Airbus. I looked at trying to do it that way. I guess it just didn't want to do it, or I just wasn't seeing it. Buckeye says to hydrate, not stretch. We'll do hydrate. Okay, there's T-back. That looks good. We're descending at about 2,500 feet per minute. And its sun is definitely. Cheris is back in chat. Welcome aboard. Wolfie's here too. Hi, Wolfie. Welcome in. Thank you for coming in today. Cheris, thank you for coming by. Welcome, welcome. It was on the lower left page when you selected sub up. So from there, you type in your next import. So when I did sub up, Landy says, so at sub up, it was on the lower left page, next waypoint. So what we would have done is at sub up, we would have said, well, it would have been at Morco. So what we would have done is click the Morco button and typed in sub up there and clicked it in there. And that's how we would have done that. Okay. I will trust the next waypoint thing next time. $25,000 meters. It's not feet, it's no, it's 25,000 feet. We're at 7.7 meters. So seatbelts. 7,600 meters or 24,000 feet. Karis Wings is back. Welcome back in. And as Russ said, the sun's starting to come up here, but we're flying away from it, so the sun's chasing up. Thank you for telling us your name. All right, let's bring in the map a click. Let's see. Coming into the transition here is flight level 100. So flight level 100 is transition. And the last time I got a weather, the altimeter is 1024. We could also check the weather via Navigraph charts. So if we go to airports and do weather, the altimeter remains 1024. Ceiling and visibility is groovy, 16 degrees. The winds are 360 at 7. So 1024 remains the altimeter setting at 10,000 feet. Got to slow down to 250 knots at Morco. We have to be below flight level 150 at Tuspo. I think Tuspo. Oh, I'm on the wrong one. So we just passed Naka. There would have been a published hold at Tuspo. If there'd been a lot of traffic, that would have been one of the holds. And in this part of the world, you can see each one of these transitions coming in does have a published hold. And at some airports, there's even an instruction that says, do not proceed past this waypoint. Stay in the hold without permission. So you just plug it in automatically. It looks like Russ is making the turn to final right now. So Russ is making the turn to final. Dad Game Time, VVNB. We were looking for an airport to go to that was relatively close to Hong Kong to just check out of Hong Kong. And this one is Hong Kong to Hanoi. We had the Pecan to Zulu departure, which was kind of cool. It left the door open for all sorts of jokes about nuts. 122.8, that's it. We don't do CTAF here. Dad Game Time, taking the MD-11 downtown. Well, you never know when you're going to need an airplane with a big panda bear on the side. Auto brakes are set, speed brakes are armed. Let's see how it handles this slowdown. Lots of lights up ahead. This is a big city. And I think I saw a river going past the airport too, so that we could, I wonder if they have their own version of a river visual. There goes our speed down. Did we preset? Yep, we got dial a flap to 15. So you can see over here it says slats extend. It's yellow. When it passes the speed bug, it turns green. And that says that we can go ahead and extend the slats. And then it magically turns green. GE is the same thing. Gear extend. But we're just going to do slats right now. There goes our leading edge slats. As we go down to 250 knots. We're supposed to stay above flight level 140. So we're going to stay up there. I think it slowed down the descent for because we had to slow down there. And the name of the airport is, I'll probably blow this up too. It's Hanoi, but I think Noi Bai International Airport, I guess. I have no idea. It's dialed in the glide slope and localizer. Vertical alert. Why did it give me a vertical alert? What did I do? Zolid is in chat. The game goes on your wish list. This might be the closest thing to flying. Zolid, actually, for a lot of people, it sometimes can be. And the thing is if you want to really take a deep dive and, you know, fly really groovy airplanes and stuff like an MD-11, and do some really cool things with air traffic control, and you could really dive down some big rabbit holes in flight sim if you want. I think that might be the airport right over there. It gave me a vertical alert because you passed an altitude constraint and it was going to resume. So it was just saying, hey, we're doing what normal, I think, but we've decided to use the scary word alert to make you panic, right? So that's what it was. Okay. And we're continuing our descent, 250 knots. Oh, you've seen Mentor Pilots on YouTube? There are lots of really cool videos on YouTube as well. And yeah, there are some things that can get a little costly here. But the thing about flight simming, is it's not one of those games that you get and you play for 90 days and walk away, unless you just decide you don't want to do it anymore. But it's a game that you can play for literally years and years and years, because every airplane's a little bit different. The weather always changes. The world is your playground. I mean, right now we're flying over Hanoi. We've got satellite delivered scenery. This is what it looks like at about 15,000 feet over Hanoi with the clouds that you've got out there. And so it's really, your world's 1-to-1, time's 1-to-1, weather's 1-to-1, all of that. So it's about as close to real world as you're going to get. Plus, you can fly on flight simulator networks where there's air traffic control and upwards of 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 other pilots flying around and stuff. Never really did plane spotting as a child. Hi, Air Holland. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. Nope, never really did plane spotting as a child. Okay, below 7,000, above 5,000. That's looking good. 220 knots. We're going to do a bit of a slowdown here. But that requires some sort of skill to get there. To get to flying where we are, yes. So like earlier today, we did there's just two of us coming on in. Russ just landed at this airport. JSG droid's coming in behind us and we're flying. So there's only two people in this general area right now. Let's zoom out a little bit because there's 1,149 people flying around. Now, you can see some shaded areas in Europe. There's still a little bit of ATC in the EU, mostly in Poland. A couple of airports are still up as far as ATC, but every one of those blue dots, Zolid, is somebody flying flight sim like I am. Over here, you can see that there's air traffic control in Canada right now. Also, there's ATC in the Seattle-Portland area and also in Hawaii. But yeah, there's all sorts of ATC going on. The thing is it's all about, you know, taking baby steps like the real pilots will do. And the real pilots, you know, will come and start in a small plane and you build your way up and stuff. You build your way up and stuff. Hi, let's see, Victor Knox, welcome aboard. It's probably been a while since we've been to Poland. All right, looking good there. And I need to do some more flaps. So flaps 15. If you look out the window, you can see the flaps go down. The flaps work too. Some of these airplanes are so well modeled. This will blow your mind a little bit, Zolan. Some of the airplanes are so well modeled. The seatbelt lights work over the passenger seats, and in the bathrooms, the toilets flush. No, you don't see anything funky in the toilets, but the toilet button does work. Am I going to try to? You are sounding smart, Zolan. Absolutely. And we're going to basically, so it's been kind of a long week of flying. And last night was one of those nights where I didn't get a lot of sleep. So I'm not really on the ball today. I'm going to do an ILS approach. How's the coffee machine? They model the coffee machines, but I only know of one airplane. I think it's either the BAE 146 or it's the Fokker F-28 where you can actually flip the button on and turn on the coffee machine, Knut. Welcome to you. But it will be hands on the stick. So in my little sim cockpit that I have here, since you're brand new, I'm going to go ahead and get a little camera here for a second. So there's the screen that you're seeing. If you look over here, Zolan, you can see that I've got some throttles right here. So those are some throttles that I use. The little big dude, that's for an Airbus. I'm not using it on this airplane. The autopilot, that's for an Airbus. I'm not using it on this one. And then as we kind of come over here, you can see I've got a little side stick there, and that's what I'm going to use to control the airplane. So these are the things that we'll actually go ahead and use to fly the plane with. Right now the autopilot's on like it would be in most airplanes, but the pilot will take over in just a bit. And now we're going to announce our intentions. We are on an air traffic control. Yep, these Airbus stuff is really authentic. It's the actual size of the autopilot and the McDo and everything. So it's pretty neat. Hanoi traffic, FedEx 441's overhead, Vilox on the racetrack for the ILS, runway 11 right, Hanoi. Yeah, we're flying, this is an MD-11. We're flying it in a cargo configuration with FedEx livery and all of that. Knut just got FlightSim 2024 installed. Learning the Cessna 172. That's what you do. Just like Knut, you start in the Cessna 172 like the real pilots do. All right, I need to go, and we're going to take control of the speed now because it's slowing us down too much. I want to be at about 210. So we're a touch slow at the moment. Big J, you can do passengers, and yeah, they did do passenger planes. They did do them, but they mostly use this one for cargo now. And our descent is going really pretty good. We'll just kind of go around here. I'm not going to do the whole, but I am going to do heading hold now. So we're going to take it off of LNAV. And I want to go just a little bit downrange here of that 4,000 feet. Our next speed is going to be 180. 180, let's do speeds for landing. So takeoff and approach. I'm going to make it a flaps 35 landing, VAPS 155. Let's make it 157. Let's see, MFS, I think you should do the new Hong Kong scenery. It's a very nice one, and it looks like it's well optimized and should work good. All right, last click of the map. And let's get ready to make our turn in. So I like the fact that you can pre-select a turn and then execute it. Hanoi traffic, FedEx 441 is making the long turn to final and setting up for the ILS runway 11 right, Hanoi. Let's go ahead and make sure that we know what we're doing on landing. Once we get on the runway 11 right, we're going to try and exit at Sierra 7, Victor 7, and then an immediate turn around here because the cargo terminal is right here. And the cargo terminal will go Whiskey 6 and grab one of the gates there. So exiting right. Air Holland bought a 64 gigabytes of RAM and will be filing for bankruptcy soon. Yeah, that's kind of the way it is, isn't it? That's kind of the way that's going to be. You should be able to, there is no control tower in this thing. We don't have control tower right now because we're on the VATSIM network, which means that you can see that I'm over here. This is how we talk on the network. And there just is no ATC. So all I do is announce intentions. And I'm going to put a link into chat for you, Zolid. So you can go to the actual VATSIM website and you can go and check out VATSIM, but you can also click on the map. That's the second link, so that you can kind of zoom around and see where everybody's flying. Okay, looking pretty good here. Let's get approach and landing set. Betty is still aboard. How about Wheels? Gear going down. Hi, Wheels. And gears down. Auto brake, speed brakes are set. I've got localizer. Here comes the localizer. Let's make our turn to the runway. And there's 180. And flaps 28. Flaps going out. Got the airport, got the runway. We're on the right side. Next speed, we said 157. There we go. I just wanted to be able to arm it. That looks good. Here comes our glide slope. And there goes the airplane down. We are 12-mile finals. Hanoi traffic, FedEx 441 Heavies, 12-mile finals landing. Runway 11 right, Hanoi. Everything's good up here. Just announced we're landing. I'm going to turn on the taxi lights.
FedEx 1959. We are making the turn, the base turn for runway 11 right.
So you were asking why you didn't hear a control tower. No control tower, but you heard the airplane behind me. That's JSG Droid announcing intentions just like I did. So you will hear other people, real people, talking on the network like this. I'm going to keep my speed up to 180 knots until 5 miles. And I think at this point, the autopilots had just about... That's right, JSG Droid is a real droid. Yes. All right, ready to go? Autopilot going off. Autopilot's off. Oh, it's a little breezy here. Did you see it rocking around a bit? I am a McDonnell Douglas MD-11 flying as FedEx.
2500.
Betty is still aboard the cockpit. And also JSG Droid has special powers because JSG Droid's airplanes have a cloaking device and can be invisible. I'm right at 180 knots. No, it dialed in 157. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, I'm at 180 right now. I preloaded 157. I preloaded 157. That's what I did. Now there's 5 miles DME, and now we'll select it.
These aren't the droids you're looking for.
These aren't the droids we're looking for.
Can I go about my business?
Flight slow.
Of
Flight
course.
Slow. Flight slow. Flight slow. Flight slow. Flight slow. Flight slow. Flight
I have
slow.
been trying to rethink
Flight
my
slow.
life, though, Canute.
Flight slow. Flight slow. Flight slow. Flight slow. Flight slow.
I think it's upset at me about the glide
Flight
slow,
slow. Flight slow.
as it always is.
Flight slow.
I always come in way too. Throx, I believe that Gene Roddenberry used some of the people that did McDonnell Douglas sounds in the series. Landing. I don't know, I can't prove it, but I really feel like that voice sounds just like, you know, the mean computers from the original series.
200.
Traffic said at 195 we are on about 7 miles per hour to the runway 14 right.
Not going slow enough to make the high speed. A little on the speedy side. Little speedy. Flaps up, speed brakes down. Yes, just like real pilots, I also use rudder pedals. Just like the real pilots would do. And I definitely suggest that for sure. Landing lights off. High intensities off. And around we go. Hanoi traffic, FedEx 441 Heavy is exiting runway 11 right, taxiing to cargo land. Happy landings, Hanoi. not a bad turn for being outside the cockpit. Hey, that one worked pretty good. The brake pedal gets the most use to help the aircraft stop from its touchdown halfway. Yes, I was going for butter. I admit it, I was going for butter. Okay, so Zola, check this out. If you look down here, see that little light right there? That's JSG Droid. That's JSG Droid's following us and getting ready to land. So you also, on this network, you get to see other people that are flying along like we are. So that's another pilot flying. Martel's calling it a night. Good night, Martel. Have a great evening. See you on Thursday. Thank you for being here. Have a wonderful evening. And so you can kind of see the other airplanes land. It's a little bit like a... You could also see the navigation lights on JSG Droid's airplane. See the green light on the right wing tip and the red light on the left wing tip. That's how you know whether or not an airplane's coming right at you or going away from you or something like that in the sky. It's very similar. I think that's the same color scheme that you'll find on running lights on boats. And JSG Droid's in another airplane. It's just gently floating down. If they remember to turn them on. That's right, we might be, we're getting flashed a little bit here. I was supposed to hydrate 31 minutes ago. Thanks, Buckeye. Left is red, yeah. Port is red. And you even see the speed brakes go up. So you even see the speed brakes go up. Left in port, that's how a lot of us remember that. So yeah, you'll also see that too. I think he's gonna make the high speed. I'm gonna get out of the way. Throttles up, let's come on in here. There's cargo land. Our first flight on Thursday is a 737-900. Trying to get the airplane out of the way here. So let's see. Okay, coming on in here, that's the cargo terminal right there. And we're gonna come straight in. And I think we pick it up here in the middle of the cargo terminal. Wait a minute, that's facing the other way. I saw the arrows on the other chart. I think it's got us facing the wrong way. And then we were supposed to make a turn over here like this. And we can shut down left engine. This isn't marked the way I saw it on the chart. Whoopsie. And then that's where you go back out. Maybe I just did the turn too soon. And you can see the terminal up there. That looks pretty nice. Okay, there's the stop. There's the stop right there. And we'll stop right there. So parking brakes on. And we'll do that other wing engine, but leave the center engine on until we can get ground power. Services. I need wheel chocks. I need a ground power unit. There's that. Let's turn off taxi lights. Let's punch in ground power. Once you get ground power on, we can do engine number 2, the one in the tail. And we should also stop squawking. So transponder off. Altitude reporting can go off. Nothing really to do up here. Is we'll come here and do seatbelts. We'll do beacon. And that's really about it. Let's see if GSX will give us a stairway. GSX. Stairs are disabled, so we'll just have to imagine stairs. So let's do a 1L and cargo main. And JSG Droid pulled in too. So JSG Droid made it too, and I think is still flashing lights at us. Still, do you also get random disasters? There are some airplanes that give you what we call failures, and they can be random. So you can set your airplane up to have a random engine failure. You can set it up to have all sorts of failures, or you can just say, shut off an engine and work the emergency stuff that you do. You could also, if there's a hurricane out there, you can fly through a hurricane. We've done that a few times before, and that made it. So we're here, nobody hurt. Yes, it's imagination stairs today. It's imaginary stairs. Yes, either that or it's the Harry Potter stairs, and we're going to need to use our magic wands and Leviosa ourselves down. And if you don't have a magic wand, there is a rope that the pilots can use, and you can kind of drop down like that. The only reason that I don't do failures is I used to do failures in the 757 because I knew enough about that airplane to do failures. Yeah, failures are optional. I have it turned off because as a live streamer, people want to see different airplanes, so I do different airplanes. If I could focus back on like the 757 or the Airbus and learn all the things you do for failure, then that would be a little bit different, and I could go and do that. But right now, I don't. If a failure popped up, it would basically be Jar Jar Binks and we're gonna die. That would be all. Yes, we've been through enough buildings. Yeah, we have enough failures without all that. So we have plenty of those going on. Hey, thank you for being here. I really had a good time. We had great ATC this week. Really good, awesome ATC. Really good, challenging flights. And thank you so much for being here. I hope you had a good weekend too. I'll look forward to see you again. Our next flight is going to be Thursday, and we've got Amsterdam to Leeds Bradford in a KLM 737 900. So a KLM 737 900 is what we've got for that flight, and really looking forward to joining you on that too. Thank you so much for being here and putting up with a little bit of brain deadness today. I appreciate you coming in. There's been some nice support this weekend too. Thank you for helping me to keep the subs up there and the cheers up there and all that not silly stuff. It's really important, and I'm grateful. But as always, one of the big thing that I always like to say at this point is I don't have any Jet 2 stuff. I'd have to go and get a bunch of Jet 2 stuff. Polly, I'm being lazy. But as always, thank you for the support. But mostly, thank you for being such great Flight Sim friends. I cannot wait to see you on Thursday. That's our departure time, 1800 Zulu. I'll see you on Discord. In the meantime, as always, please stay healthy, stay safe. We'll see you in the friendly sim skies. Cheers. Good night. Is it going to work? Oh, I have to hit this other button first. Then I get to hit the raid button. See, it's tricky that way. You have to hit the first button, then the second button. Okay, shall we try it again? 3, 2, 1. Thanks for watching. Cheerio.